Maivaji, cross court. Ball moves around the perimeter. Badinga inside, and it is Minyangdo who's unable to convert. They're doing a good job moving the ball across, finding that last second pass to the inside. That's a good shot, and that's good offense by Brookhouse. Just no conversion.
Yes, absolutely. It is that was a good offense, getting the ball inside and out and back inside. So
another 3 attempt goes astray, and I just feel that St. Albans settling for these long-range jumpers, not looking on the interior. Fenter missing that. Ball comes out, picking up the defensive board, and it's Tongia looking up. Molauti on the penetration. Molauti takes it strong. Rebound, Minyangdo. Ball up the floor. Brookhouse looking inside. Two bigs, Minyangdo and Tantuo, working. Minyangdo loses it. Molauti uses his body well, and that's great transition basketball by St. Albans. Minyangdo and Brookhouse just unable to do anything on that penetration by Molauti. And you said it early, but Molauti really is he's the point of the offense. He's the primary go-to guy for St. Albans.
He is, and I think they need to run some things that will get him more of those drives inside, because he's very strong, athletic, and he's very under control. So we want to see him getting more to the basket and taking it to the guys on the defensive end as well.
It's been dry from the perimeter for St. Albans. Fenter missing everything again on that attempt, and they're much better served trying to get the ball inside, trying to attack the rim. Tongia hounded by two defenders. Molauti settles down the offense. Molauti this time inside penetration, feeds Crew Brown, and that's a great finish by Crew Brown. Gives St. Albans the early lead here. No score yet for Brookhouse to start the second half and the third quarter.
Yes, I think St. Albans will have to do some adjustment by getting somebody on the free throw line area there, the high post, because that is the key to breaking this defense that Brookhouse has put in there. So I think if they can get someone up there in the free throw line area, that will force those guys to move up a little bit and allows that baseline drive for number 21 as is able to get there very easily.
Shot goes astray, and that is Maivaji, no good. Molauti again.
This is what I'm talking about. The free throw line area is wide open there.
The great pass and penetration and good recognition. And that Mafumadi drawing contact, and the foul situation still safe for Brookhouse. The bigs not in any foul trouble. Minyando's picked up his second personal. Tantuo only with one personal, and there's still plenty. They still have plenty of fouls to give.
Yes, but St. Albans is still struggling on the free throw line. I'm not sure if it's the rims at this arena, but I know them to be a very good free throw team. And okay, and they make that one. So that was 1 out of 2.
Well, that's Mafumadi, and it is St. Albans 3 points to the good. Still a one-possession game. A little bit of showboating results in a turnover. Now the transition chance for St. Albans. Molauti draws the contact. He's really great in transition.
He is. They need to move the ball off the floor quickly and allows him to create that situation where they can go one-on-one or two-on-one situation. They're very good at that, and I think it is what they need to capitalize on right now.
Mufumadi will take a break. Substitution being brought in by their coach, Coach Victor, and onto the floor for St. Albans comes number 13, That's Stephen Nunga. Back inside to the, and penetration inside out it is by Brookhouse. And again, driving penetration, strong penetration. And Badinga, seeing similar patterns of play by both teams. You know, they look inside, try to create the gaps, penetrate and dish, and then draw the foul and get yourself to the free throw line. Free throw line, I think, is going to be where the game is won or lost for these teams. They're just very well matched at the guard position and in the front court.
Yes, and I think St. Albans have made a little adjustments, and as the ball is getting harder to get inside now for Brookhouse, so they need to go, keep on doing that and move the ball a little bit more on transition.
Crew Brown, ball goes back out. And that's Magumada, but the ball gets turned over. Back in the hands of Brookhouse, and it's a little bit scrappy right now. You can feel some of the pressure starting to develop on both teams. You know, time pressure is going to start to play a part, especially as we get into the fourth quarter. Another change is being rung right now by Coach Victor of St. Albans. The outside, no good. And that's a strong rebound. St. Albans almost turned it over.
It's time for players to concentrate a little bit more.
Tongia, floater, nothing there. And the offense being pressured and rushed. The 36 seconds remain here in the third quarter. Long range attempt. That's no good by Magumela. The follow still no good as well. Caesar. Active hands. Ball up the floor. Crewhouse on the transition, no good. The follow and pick up, and that's a strong rebound. Big play by Minyando.
Great play by Bianga.
The charge call is how we will bring a close in play, and the third quarter is now done. It is a tight and well contested game. Brookhouse trails St. Albans by 1 point, and this is an exciting early morning game here. Day 2 St. John's basketball extravaganza. Wembley Arena is where we are. It is St. Albans or Pretoria taking on Brookhouse School from Kenya. It is a tightly contested match.
It is, and you can see Bianga sitting on 3 personal fouls, and I think St. Albans will have to force him to defend a little bit more if they're going to come out of this game. So they need to, force him to play a little bit more defense, so it's getting the guys to drive on him and force him to defend. I think that if they can give him one more foul, I think that will, slow him down a little bit and allows them to penetrate.
We saw free throws there from Mufumadi, and this is Brookhouse. They've been really great. Maivaji, number 7, has been not active on the scoring end, but he's certainly one of their facilitators and high usage players, high energy player. Minyagdo, number 15 for Brookhouse, they're big. He's going to be crucial here, and you see the intent on the coach's face as he's having a chat with Minyangdo right there. Minyangdo, get him the touches, and I think we get Brookhouse to win.
Yes, St. Albans will have to front him and try to get the ball out of his hands as quickly as possible, or rather stop the ball from getting to him, and I think that will be the key, going into this last quarter of this game.
Well, here we go. Fourth quarter action. St. Albans holding on to a slender 1 point lead, and the ball is in the hands of Brookhouse College of Kenya, and that is Maivaji. penetration and ran into a wall of defenders. Sigero of Brookhouse. Badinga. Waivaji. Somehow, some way, Siambi gets the score. And that's a big early score because it is now a 1-point lead for Brookhouse. And I think we'll see a couple of lead changes here in the fourth quarter. Malawuti calls for the setup. The ball moves around. We have not had much joy from the outside. Malawuti, one of the only players to be able to knock it down. Fenter calls for it. Fenter gets ball back in the hands of Malawuti. Ball moves around. Lots of patience being shown. Fenter pulls. He's been cold, ice cold from the outside, and that trend continues. No good for Fenter. The penetration, the pickup, the rebound, no good. Falling. Minyangdo strong on the boards, and really, Maivaji should have done better on that penetration.
Yes, and now Burns will have to go back to doing what they did in the third quarter by getting the ball, moving the ball around, and getting it inside and out. Because right now, the first possession, I saw them just swinging the ball around and, settling for a three-pointer. And that hasn't really worked for them so far.
Waivaji. Ball moves around again, and it's a wide-open jumper. Badinga no good. Fenter looks up. Hand in the key, active hands rewarded. The turnover back in the hands of Maivaji. Natsigero feeds the ball to the man of the moment right now, Minyangdo. Able to rise and score. And inside right now, St. Albans have no answer, and that's a timeout call, and I'm sure that is Coach Victor who needs to have a word with St. Albans about what they're doing on the interior, allowing Minyangdo free play and allowing him second chance opportunities, and that's where we call the game, and that's what's happening here in the fourth quarter.
Yes, and I think if Brookhouse able to hold on to this lead and eventually win this game, it's going to open up the Pool A. Brookhouse lost yesterday to St. Peter's, and so that will then have, most of the teams in that pool would have, secured one win and a loss in this tournament so far. So it's really going to be interesting to see how these last 5 minutes of the game plays out.
Plenty to play for, and it's more than pride, it's positioning in the pool, as you mentioned. And players schools want to position themselves just to be in the knockout stages of the tournament because of the format of the tournament, one and done. Anybody can win, anybody's game. The team that decides to play on that contest is the one that wins, and it's a simple analogy. It sounds cliche, but it's just the way that it is, and that's what the one and done format does. And a strong penetration. Malawuti gets called for the charge. Overzealous he was. Really aggressive take to the rim.
Yes, that was unfortunate for that player with that drive, and I thought he could have just stopped on the dime and take that jump shot, but it's interesting.
Maivaji looking around, the feet inside, and back on the floor is the big man Tonga. And I like this lineup for Brookhouse. I think they're most effective when they have their two bigs on the floor, and they do a good job, move the ball around, and they also get that second chance point opportunity. Three-pointer missed. Out on the break, St. Albans, and the score. The big-time bucket by Magumela.
Yes, that was a strong take by Magumela. And he's very good with getting the ball inside. At the same time, he can shoot from the outside. So, but I think for me, I would rather, set him up to drive more, force this Brookhouse to defend.
That was a big make. The game tied, 16 points apiece. And back and forth we go. Timeout called on the floor again. And more adjustments are being made by the coaches. And There's 4 minutes, 13 seconds left. If the teams are within 10 points in the final 2 minutes, we go to a stop time situation, and that will also impact the ebb and flow of the game, and it'll change the way the players and the coaches look at the game. The timeout, Brookhouse.
Brookhouse, okay.
And they just gonna have a talk. The coach making a couple of adjustments. The new lineup. See the intensity on the coach, Coach Victor, and he's never been shy to show his emotion. Been involved in the game for a long time, both as a player and as a coach. And that wonderful and marvelous left-hand English by Magumela.
Yes, Coach Victor is very passionate, and he coaches with a lot of enthusiasm, which also reflects in the way the boys play. So it's going to be interesting looking at the timeout that was called, and with the game tied. What do you think is going to happen now?
I guess it's anybody's guess. The team that executes best, the teams that make the best decisions, hold the ball possession by possession, and those are going to be the ones that win. Well, Mamobolo checks in for St. Albans. The ball now moving around. Brookhouse. Wide open three. And again, no good. Three-point line has been terrible for both teams. They have not been able to knock down any jumpers. There's been as much rain on the floor as there have been in Cape Town in the last 3 months.
Yes. A very interesting take there. Well, looking at the St. Albans team, and I think they need to execute better with the ball getting inside and coming back out. That is a makeable shot for St. Albans any day, but not today. And Brookhouse now on the break.
And patience being shown, really great finish, and that is Muri for Brookhouse. He's getting his first action on the floor for Brookhouse, and that's just spectacular. 5 defenders around him, held the ball, looked at his opportunity, and got the finish. And that gives them a 2-point lead. Every single possession critical now. Tonga gets called, Tantuo rather gets called for the contact and the foul. And Magumela looking for the penetration. Tognia.
What happened there?
Looked like there was an infringement on the baseline out, or sideline out of bounds, and the possession then went back to Brookhouse.
St. Albans need to make a stop here in this position.
Ball almost thrown away, but turnover it is, and called for and delivered on as the star big for Brookhouse makes his way back onto the floor. And just changes being rung by both coaches. It's looking a bit frenetic. Both teams trying to find ways to score here in the final 2 minutes. As we enter the final 2 minutes, it is stop time situation now. So every time there is a foul, every time there's a baseline out of bounds or any sort of time stoppage, the clock will be stopped.
Yes, that was a costly turnover for Brookhouse and St. Albans at the same time. So looking forward to seeing a little bit of a press here by St. Albans to get back into this game.
Brookhouse slow it down here. Final 1 minute and 30 seconds. Tantuo, Waivaji, and sometimes confounds me some of the decision making that we see. Maivaji rushing the shot, not looking at any of his bigs, especially that Minyando's back on the floor. He's been highly effective. But that being said, it's now time for St. Albans to see what they can do on the offensive end. Molotsi. That is Tognia. Creativity by Mafumadi as he tries to spin on the inside. He's able to draw the foul. 2 crucial free throws coming his way.
It's vital that he makes these 2 free throws, but also looking forward to seeing what St. Albans will do to end this quarter with 57 seconds left on the clock. down 2.
A lane infringement means that would not have counted, but here we go. Scoreless that time for Mafumadi, and a chance to bring his team within 1 and even tie the game goes astray. As called for, there's now a press being applied by St. Albans in the final minute. Substitution on the floor. Mafumadi takes a break. Fenter back in for St. Albans. Maivaji. High pressure by Maloti. Inside to Minyangdo. Minyangdo. No good, and on the follow, Tantuo can't get it. Foul and infringement, and that will be side ball out of bounds. Possession goes to St. Albans.
So this is
42 seconds remain. Fenter has not been able to score all game. In the fourth corner, finally makes the 3. A big turnover, and it's Malawitsi. Malawitsi gets the ball to go.
That was a great substitution by Coach Victor, bringing number 15 into the game with seconds left in the game, and he just hit that vital 3 points that gave them the 1 point lead before the foul and the basket grew by 21. So I think that was a great adjustment by the coach.
2 quick possessions, and we've seen a swing. They were once trailing, and now the pressure on Brookhouse as they trail by 3. 21 seconds remain here in the first game of the St. John's basketball extravaganza. Game 1. It's been a game of swings, a game of runs, and we are now await this final 21 seconds, a 1 possession game. Coach, do you go for the 3, or do you get it inside, look for the foul and 1?
I would get the ball inside, whatever the case. Even if we're going to shoot that 3, we still need to get the ball inside and force that defense to collapse. But I think they're looking at Brookhouse and their shooting percentage from the perimeter, I'll go inside. I'll go for the foul and 1.
It's been a real struggle for Brookhouse. They've not been able to connect from long range. They 0 of 8 from the outside. Mafumadi there at the free throw line for St. Albans. Venter has been ice cold all game. Nothing but net when it matters the most, and that's what you want to see. Big time players make big time plays, and certainly Venter making a big time play for St. Albans. 21 seconds, here we go. It's a inbound for Brookhouse. Lots of pressure being applied now by St. Albans. The crossover, Maivaji, he looks at it, no good. The big rebound, and it is Tantuo underneath the rim. There certainly has to be a foul by Brookhouse right now. 10 seconds remain, ball moving up. Poor recognition by the players on the floor. Venter moves it around, and this should be the game as St. Albans move it around. A 1-point game, 1-point victory for St. Albans. It happened yesterday in one of the games. Yesterday we watched Welham taking on St. Andrews, and the same thing happened when a foul needed to be made, when contact needed to be made in order for possession to change, or at least send the team to the free throw line. No recognition. We see that again today by Brookhouse, and the lack of recognition is what ultimately cost them the game.
Yes, absolutely, and it also goes to show the resilience of the St. Albans team. They were in a similar situation yesterday against Dominican Convent, and they were able to hold their own and make the timely plays in the last seconds of the game to come out with the 1-point victory. So it goes to show that no matter how bad they're performing, they're able to come out with the victory.
Well, Mulauti was one of the standout players for St. Albans. St. Albans at full time, 21. Brookhouse in Kenya, 20.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's day 2 of the St. John's Under-19 Boys Tournament. We're coming live from Wembley Stadium, and I'm here with Mr. QD4, Quentin Denison. Morning, Quentin.
Good morning, Kim, and yes, we have a Joe Burke. What is this called? It's a rivalry between St. David's and St. Peter's. These schools would have seen each other in traditional school play, and this should be a bumper of a game, a humdinger, in the words of our former sports minister.
We see we got St. David's and St. Peter's. St. David's goes for the drive and got the two points, and St. Peter's looking to respond.
Well, early signs that this is going to be a high-tempo game. St. Peter's and St. David's, by both accounts, teams that like to play out of the zone, get into transition, and early feed and a big score, and that is number 18 from St. Peter's. That is Kimani. The ball moving around now for St. David's.
You can see St. Peter's playing on a man-to-man defense. We hardly have seen any teams playing man-to-man, so it's quite a nice thing to see a couple of teams playing man-to-man defense.
It's been interesting watching the teams in this tournament and trying to figure out who the strength teams are. It's difficult at this stage to know who the real powerhouses are in each pool. The ball's in the hand of Brent, and he'll move it around. St. David's looking a bit disjointed to start. It's still early goings. You haven't seen any prolific first quarter scores by any teams. Drive inside by Kamutanga. Kamutanga gets the finish.
Nice press and steal.
The press and steal being employed to great effect right now by St. David's. And St. Peter's looking for answers as they move the ball up the floor. No layup attempt, goes astray. And this time, though, can't be converted by Kamutanga.
One thing I've noticed in terms of all the teams that are playing here, each team has a full court press that they like to go into, and communication is very key in those type of defense if you want to be a good pressing team.
Chekweni of St. Peter's, that's going nowhere. And full court press has got to be a weapon in any high school coach's arsenal. It really does. It's a great way to create pressure and force quicker possessions, if not force turnovers.
That's true, Q.
Inside we go, working against Kimutweni. And it's the hook shot. Brent on the right-hand hook, using the glass, using the facilities. A quick turnover, blocked hard.
I think St. David's is putting a lot of pressure on the St. Peter's team, and they're not able to press break that press from the St. Peter's team.
Well, Kamutanga getting a lot of touches early. Kamutanga again on the baseline. Ball goes top into the hands of Pillay, and Pillay looks like he's harboring an injury. High fives from his teammates as that we get our first break in play, and it's Coach Miguel Ferrao of St. Peter's calling a timeout. St. David's holding on to a 4-point lead at the first timeout, and there's 4 minutes left to play.
I think Coach Elvis Dixon is doing a good job in just making sure that St. Peter's doesn't come off, start the game on the high. I want to see how long they play that press, because most coaches don't use the press as a surprise. If you play the whole game pressing, it's no longer a surprise, and the other team can obviously adjust to your press.
I've seen some pro teams, and they come from your province or your former province that press the whole game. What's your philosophy around that?
I'm not one that likes pressing the whole game. I think if you're a very good pressing team, you need to choose the times when you want to press. You can't press, obviously, you can't press off a missed shot. It doesn't make sense. So for me, it's always about the timing. When do you want to press so that you get the team surprised when you do press them?
I'm a firm supporter and believer in also picking your moments and choosing your moments when to press, because we spoke about it a bit yesterday, and it's the defensive possessions and how many great defensive possessions you can get in a row that could ultimately result in a victory, and it's more relevant in running time games than it is anywhere else.
Yep. Pillay going for his second shot. I would like to see his teams today shooting better on the free throw line. We had poor stats on the free throw yesterday, and let's hope that we'll get better results today.
Well, I can tell you just based on the first game that I watched, free throw percentage is not going up just yet. The teams have got to adapt. And, you know, maybe playing at the different venues over the 4 days, that plays a part, and you know that it does play a part in terms of player adjustment and look and feel of court.
Drive and a rebound from St. Peter's, and pushing the ball down the court.
That is Gika and Pillay. Pillay looking like they're one of their primary scoring options as well. Every time he gets the ball looking to attack the rim, or at least settle for a jumper. And then Brent now for Maepa now for St. David's Merits.
I'm looking at Pillay, and Pillay looks like he's really injured. He's struggling running down the floor. I think Coach Farrell needs to have a look at him.
Yeah, no point in keeping him on the floor. And it's an easy layup there in transition for St. Peter's, and that is Chekweni.
That was a good drive. Next time, probably just use the left hand.
I've seen LeBron James use his right hand on that left side. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Get the score, I believe. And that is Kanya Garama, who misses it for St. David's. Baseline drive. Kamutunga again. And they're two primary scoring options, and I can see why Coach Miguel Farrell would want to keep Pillay on the floor, but the player looks like he's clearly struggling and does not look comfortable at all, and maybe more of a liability on the floor than anything else.
Yeah, I agree with you, Q. If you're going to keep someone in, at least they must be able to give you something. First free throw, missed free throw by number 17,
that is
Kamutanga.
Kamutanga.
Second free throw goes in.
Great ball movement by St. David's. They get the look that they want, but no conversion on that attempt.
There was a nice pass by Pillay to give Chekweni a nice, easy layup on the fast break.
Well, the pull-up now. Basilico misses that. Ball moves up the floor. Quick transition, St. Peter's this time.
So Q, this is what I was talking about. So if he had gone with his left hand on the left-hand side, that block would have been difficult, you know. So sometimes when we teach our kids to say use the left hand, they might see it easier to do with the right, but in such situations, you'll get to see why you need to use the left hand.
That was fundamentals, I agree, but on situation on the last layup, should have gone left hand. The previous one, you're comfortable because there's no defense on you. You can finish with the other hand. Recognition by the players on the floor, and there we go. That shot attempt by Wortley goes, or rather by Maepa goes astray, and that's the way we close out the first quarter here. St. Peter's holding on to a slender 2-point lead. St. David's trying to find their feet on the floor, and you just don't think that St. David's have settled at all. They're not looking steady. They have no flow in the offense, and I think that coach needs to calm them down and just get them into the offense.
Yeah, when St. David started, they looked very good. They were busy pressing, and probably that's why, because they can't score 5 from 5. They can't play good 5 from 5. So let's see how it goes. Here's some replays from the game. We have number 11 having some good dribbles. Shika being able to dribble his man, and nice handles going up.
Always like to see, and I'm sure that when they get to have a look back at it, those are the highlight moments, even though it has no relevance on the play. I'm a fan of the effectiveness on the floor. use your dribble effectively. I was never a player who was able to showboat, but I was just highly effective. Using 1 or 2 dribble moves can be just as effective as showboating.
I really liked how the Kenyan team played the last game. When they hardly put the ball on the ground, and that's effectiveness. They always taught us when we started basketball to say the ball moves faster than the man.
Absolutely, and fundamental basketball lessons being shared here with a veteran coach and a well-respected coach in the game. And we're seconds away from starting out the second quarter. A lot of work to be done. It's always interesting because the first and second quarters, they no real gauge as to how the game is going to go. It's just a feeling out session for both teams. And then in the second half, we get into the action and then the real crux of the game.
Yeah, I think first quarter is very, very important just to see how people play. But the adjustments are very easy. Adjustments are important in terms of who can make changes to their game plan.
Shika on the left-hand attempt that goes astray again, and the left hand, educated left hand this time. You see using the left hand going to the rim, draws the foul, gets himself to the free throw line.
You can see that Thorpe seems like he's in discomfort. He got a knock to his face. Hopefully nothing serious. I think today's shooting is much better than yesterday. Shika hitting a free throw and go 100% from the free throw line.
There's been a lot better free throw shooting, I think, from teams in general, but the percentage, I think, is still only in and around 50%, and that's really not good enough, and it's something that high school coaches need to focus and emphasize. The attempt, no good, and that is Thorpe, puts it up for St. David's. Ball moving in transition, the quick three! And the catch and shoot make by Basilio, and that is an important make for St. David's, for St. Peter's.
The game is picking up, as you can see. St. Peter's with a nice drive and basket, but the number 23, things are looking very, very good in this game.
I love the tempo that we're seeing right now. The penetration, kick out. Kanyangarara unable to find his teammate, and just a quick correction on the three make. That was in fact Brent from St. Peter's who made that three. Well, that brings the timeout. It is St. Peter's now 7 points to the good, and that's a good way to start the second quarter. Nice, high energy, frenetic. A couple of quick makes in this format, and then you're out of the game.
Yeah, I think both teams have adjusted. I think both set of players are starting to look more comfortable. They're driving, they're expressing themselves. So we are definitely going to be in for a very, very nice game. St. Peter's might have the advantage now, but I think St. David's needs to start going inside. They're not comfortable. They're not moving the ball as St. Peter's is doing. So Coach Elvis needs to talk to his players.
It's always interesting to have a look in terms of how teams and coaches rotate their players, because I had Coach Elvis up here in the booth earlier, and he was talking about the benefit of having a 15-man rotation. You're able to use fresh legs and utilize, but in game, some of these strategies, you should only go 7 deep, if that at all, but it does have a factor on fatigue.
You see, when you go 10, yesterday we were commentating the game against Michael House, and they went 5 on, 5 off, and the whole issue of chemistry is very important. So you need to be able to know that you got 7 to 8 players that can actually do the job, and everybody else is just helping you out on fatigue in the game.
Shika on the pull-up, that's no good, and that's a forced shot. I don't think in the natural flow of the offense. It's Basilio now for St. David's Marits. A wide open lane. Khancho. Contact and one.
And one. One thing that's very good with young players need to understand, when you go up, be strong, make sure you don't give up on the play, and that was very good.
Khancho being given a path to the lane, and he's does the necessary, draws the contact, gets the score, and gets to the free throw line for the additional point. And St. David's really needed that make. And this will bring it, if he makes it back to a two-possession game, the pickup.
Big rebound.
And Thorpe just not able to convert on the right hand off the glass. But it does bring a push and sends Khancho right back to the free throw line and a chance to make amends on the previous miss.
I think St. David's has identified that they've got an advantage on that offensive rebounding board, and they'll do good to continue going there.
Well, the one impression I did give from Coach Elvis Sapkong is that he likes to push the ball inside and he likes to utilize his big men. So St. David's, just they are a new program in terms of basketball in the Johannesburg landscape, and it's really great to have a boys' school like that competing in a tournament like this.
Yeah, that's very good in terms of coaches always look at the most skilled players where we want to get the ball to a three-point shooter, and when you're versatile and go inside and out, it helps you a lot as a basketball team.
Thorpe, Basilio attacking, and he loses the handle, ball back out. Basilio to the right hand, that's no good.
Basilio needs to start passing the ball. We can't keep the ball on one person's hand because everybody else is standing and the offense becomes stagnant.
Shika looks at it. It's the kick out. Forced the shot, and somehow that ball by Christelis finds a way into the rim. That's an amazing shot. That's just under pressure.
It's a Friday. The bank is open, and St. David's answers quickly with the big man, Kanyangarara. Some of these names, by the end of this week, we're going to have very good speech, my friend.
Great speech and enunciation. And that is actually Christelis who hits the three. And he's on the outside over there, looking for it again. Oh, big board. Thorpe trying to get it into his teammates so they can run transition and speedily down the court. That's just strong take by Shekwene. I've seen a couple of really great transition players and, traditional Gauteng guard players, what I call it, the athleticism, the speed on the ball, and just the ability to take the ball to the rim. And an example of that was in the first game of the day, St. Norbern's guard, number 21. His name escapes me right now, but really great transition player.
Yeah, I agree. Mulawudzi, 21, really did play a very good game, and his calmness, especially towards the end of the game, helped him and Sullen Albans win that game.
Basilio looking for Thorpe. Another turnover, and that would not please their coach, Coach Elvis, at all.
I think both teams are really looking comfortable. St. David's still trying to work that 2-3 zone, whilst St. Peter's is sticking to their man-to-man and having an opportunity to put pressure on the St. David's guards.
Well, St. David's now into the penalty. That means that Brent will go to the free throw line and a chance to extend the lead. And we have to look at shot technique, and that release a little too quick by Brent. And there's just a little bit of work to be done on his shot release. A little bit more time to get a little bit better.
Yeah, that's true. Q, you being a shooter, you'd know how stance is important in terms of that, and how you put the ball in your hand to make sure that you make those type of shots.
Worked inside, strong take and strong finish, and that is great take by Kanyangara.
I like how St. David's
Kanyangarara.
Yeah, I like how you St. David's, nice steal there, is every single possession they go up, they're going inside every single time, which is unseen from high school kids, and them understanding that that's where the advantage is. Nice drive from the big man.
Kanyangarara once again.
Yeah.
And just taking it on the inside off that feed. And you're right in terms of the way the St. David's are playing the ball. The touch goes inside. They're playing inside out. and that's a great pattern of play, and it's good to see it actually being executed. You can draw it up as a coach, but your players have got to execute it on the floor.
Every team needs to understand their strength, and St. David's are doing a good job in that.
Free throw line struggles continue. St. David's Merits have been unable to score from the free throw line as yet. They're 0 for 5 from the free throw line, and that not much better from Kanyangarara. Ball does end up in his hands, but that buzzer sounding does mean that we are at the end of the second quarter.
I think the difference between the two teams currently is how many times that St. Peter's has gone to the free throw line. Yes, they haven't scored as much, but compared to what we have seen in the tournament, they are shooting much better, 5 from 10, meaning that St. David's needs to play better defense. They need to move their feet and make sure that they don't give a lot of fouls.
Sounds simple enough, but sometimes the simplest things are the most difficult to execute on the floor. If you look at the pattern of play that we've seen, and if you just look at some of the scoring, Kanyangarara with 4 points, Hancho 4 points, and we have Kritelis, he hit 2 threes for St. Peter's, and those 2 threes really bail out scores. Ishekwene's got 7 points for St. Peter's as well, and he's the energy man. He's the guy who's just active and attacking the rim, and you like athletic guards to be in athletic positions to score. We have a look here at that open, clear path to the lane and the finish by Hancho. Great use of the body, extends the right hand, gets the finish.
Many players need to understand how to take a charge. In that situation, don't be trying to go for blocks all the time. The player is off balance, stand there and take that charge for your team.
The fundamentals being taught by Coach Kimati Teboti, and Coach Kim, it's just such a quick turnaround time. You know, running time games, if you start out flat, it's very difficult to come back. You know, your team takes too long to get into the game, chances are that you will lose the game. And these are lessons learned by many hours playing on the floor.
Yeah, this type of tournaments are great, Q, because you get a different type of environment. During normal FIBA game where stop-start, you can go out, get the ball, give it to the ref. You know, if your team is hyper, if your team has a lot of energy, a tournament like this helps you, because every single time the ball goes out and you react quickly, you are able to push the ball. I like the fact that Pillay has been rested by Coach Farrell. He looks like he's walking better now, and should the coach want to put him back, at least he's going to get something from Pillay, I believe.
Well, there's some belief definitely from people watching live. St. David's can come back and win, and that's JC Pitt who believes that. And you know, that's a strong view by some of the fans. I'm not sure that St. David's will be able to come back and win this one. St. Peter's have been graced by their coach and their head coach, Flosh Ngwenya, now, who's the coach of the Goalie Magic in the South African Basketball League, the BNL, a winning coach. He's been to the finals 3 years, and it's really interesting because now what do you think having the influence of Coach Flosh on the bench will have on the players of St. Peter's? You know
Coach Flosh, he's a winner by nature. He's won at a varsity level, he has won at a professional level, even at international level. So I believe that his presence on the court is going to help the St. Peter's team. The only problem that I see for St. Peter's is that St. Peter's are going to have to play better interior defense. The boys from St. David's are very big, and you need a couple of guys. Once the ball goes in, you need everybody to go in and try and get those balls going.
Well, just the delay as we wait for St. David's to make their way out of the change room. Coach Elvis clearly with strong words for his troops, and Coach Flosh will make those necessary adjustments. He'll also help the players on the floor make the adjustments. So I think it's going to be a very interesting and maybe a different second half. People want to understand the influence of a coach on a team. You may get to see it right now, and I might be doing the commentator's curse, and I might eat my words, but I do think that Coach Flosh will have a positive impact on the players from St. Peter's.
No, you're correct, 100% correct, Q. Players play for the coach, and sometimes having that type of person on your bench, it really helps you out.
Well, we are underway with the five. Mate, Wortley, Hancho, Thorpe, and Kanyangara. They're on the floor for St. David's. And for St. Peter's, it's Kritelis, Brent, Shika, Ishekweni, and Nkokolo.
Let's see how St. David's plays against this man-to-man. Already they're playing all four people were on one side. Spacing is very important in this type of game.
Spacing does allow for that penetration, but that last second or that shot, the final touch, just letting St. David's down. Now in the hands of Shika. Looking around, Pile, he's back on the floor and he's still hobbling, not looking very comfortable, but clearly he is needed by both the the members of the coaching staff of St. Peter's.
I think after the game, I need to talk to the coach and find out maybe that's how he is. We might think he's hobbling, but probably that's the way he runs.
Maybe that's a conversation we need to have. Pile now working defensively, and it's Kanyangara. Good enough job by Pile. Kanyangara unable to score. The rebound back in his hands, and tenacity stay with the play. Both Thorpe and Kanyangara working in tandem, and Pile just outpowered, left with no choice but to foul. And it is Kanyangara to the free throw line.
Thorpe is doing a good job. That was his 6th rebound, and I think he's going to be key for St. David's.
Kanyangara has seen enough of trying to go straight. He's going to deposit that money in the bank, and it's a good strategy, especially if you can pull it off.
Banks are open on Fridays.
They certainly are. The referee, Matusi Fox, makes the call, and disdain on the face of that young man as he runs back. And Shika now with the ball, and it is St. Peter's on the attack.
It looks like St. David's has changed their defense. They're looking to pressure on the guards and playing a low man-to-man defense.
Pierce on the floor for St. Peter's, Ishekweni, and Coach Flosh is here bringing some changes. Ball in the hand of Pierce. Pierce looking inside to Pile. Pile out defended by Kanyangara. The ball now with Mate. Mate baseline. Lets it go.
Oh, what a drive! I don't agree with that call from the referee over there. The player was moving, if the player was standing still, or if there was, but probably he saw a shoulder. But I think that was a good drive from Kanyangara.
You can't punish the young man for showing aggression, and referee Fox calling and saying that there was an elbow extended. And once the referee makes the call, it's almost virtually impossible for you to get him to reverse the call. And that foul being awarded to Kanyangara.
That's Kanyangara's 3rd foul. That player is very key for St. David's. Nice fast break and a basket.
Mate with the easy score. It's Kanyangara will pick up the 2nd personal, as mentioned by Coach Q. We got a tight game on our hand. Now the score is tied, 19 up and down. St. David's are making a very good comeback after being down 19-16 at halftime. Ball moving around again. St. David's inside.
Dipsidoo.
No good on the attempt. The rebound picked up.
So I like the adjustment that Coach Dixon has done. He's putting pressure on the ball, not giving them an opportunity to just pass the ball around.
Washika off the high screen does a good job of getting inside, and he'll get a chance to go to the free throw line. Different adjustments being made by the coaches. It's always intriguing watching it from both the coaching and the player perspective. Sometimes it's the players who make the adjustments on the floor, on the fly, and then the other times it's a coaching adjustment.
Yeah. That free throw is off by Michael. My apologies, that's Shika.
Well, an empty trip for Shika, and St. Peter's have been quiet, but Pile on the follow. His 7th rebound. And that will answer your question as to why he's on the floor. A big rebounding presence for sure. Ball moves up, intercepted, and a great read by Michael. Ball to the outside, and the 3-ball.
Turnovers are going to be a very, very big thing at the moment. In a tight game like this, you don't want to throw the ball away.
turnovers crucial. Make shots. Perimeter jumpers, if you're able to knock them down, they are a big boost to the team on the floor, especially in a running time game.
What St. David's are currently doing now is they're marking number 11 man-to-man, making sure that he has a difficult time. I think the coach has identified that number 11 is the key man, and he just made a substitution already as well, just to make sure that he keeps the pressure on number 11, Shika. Yeah.
Well, Shika, we'll see if he's able to adapt and if the coach is able to just run a couple of plays to free him up a little bit, or if there are other scorers. Dipsy do attempt again, but a great follow. The catch and shoot in St. David's. Wow, so it's just raining on the floor. Shongwe knocks it down.
Things are looking good for St. David's. As you can see, there's that box and one I'm talking about. The number Shika is not being allowed to receive the ball. And it's important as players, when something like that happens, don't panic. Try and pass the ball around.
The ball moves around, and it is Shikweni able to attack the rim, and he's been impressive. I like the play of Shikweni. He looks like he's a pretty athletic lift player when he goes to the rim. The catch and shoot again, and this time no good by Thorpe. There on the offensive glass, St. David's are able to get second chance opportunities. Thorpe looking. Ball goes out.
Thorpe has given 2 bad passes in the past minute. As much as is an advantage on the defensive end, he should do much better in passing that ball.
Well, that Thorpe turnover brings the timeout. Coach Miguel Ferrao calling the timeout for St. Peter's. St. Peter's trailed by 1. There's 1 minute, 19 seconds, 89 seconds left to go here, and it's a intriguing game once again. We've been blessed with a couple of competitive games here at Wembley Arena.
St. David's has had 8 steals, and that has been due to the high pressure defense that they're playing on the guards. The St. Peter's College must make sure that they just try and limit those turnovers, because if they can play 5-on-5, I think they have an advantage in that sense. But if they play a high tempo game that St. David's is playing, then they're going to struggle to win this game.
Tempo so crucial, understanding your players so crucial, and it is intriguing because we are nearing this end of the third, and we're definitely going to have stop time in the fourth quarter. The way this game is going, there's no way that a team is going to pull away 10. I say that now, just knowing that I touch wood and I knock wood, because strange things happen in this game of basketball.
Pillay and Thorpe leading for both their respective teams in terms of the rebounds that they've got. St. David's are still in that box and one. As you can see, they're not allowing Shika to get that ball at all.
Ball moves around. St. Peter's looking. Ishekweni again on the attack. Count it and 1. And I've said Ishekweni has been impressive, and he really has been.
That was a beautiful drive, and that's how strong players should stay.
It is a nail-biting game indeed. Both teams at the floor coming to compete. No quarter asked for, no quarter given. Mate to the outside. Shongwe no good. And scramble for the rebound and into the hands of Ngokolo.
There was a key rebound by St. Peter's on the defensive end.
Shika feeds to Shekweni, and Shekweni, every single time he touches the ball, he's been aggressive, and I think St. Peter's are going to have to consider their matchup on Shekweni as well. He's been really effective with ball in hand.
One thing I like about Shika is when he gets the ball, just because he was being, when we see that basket from the free throw line, just because he's been put pressure, he is passing the ball. And the mistake a lot of point guards do is just because they don't get the ball, they don't want to pass that ball.
Well, 1 of 2 means that St. Peter's will go into the break with a 2-point lead, and it is St. David's now still trailing. It's a slender 2-point game. We have an intriguing fourth quarter coming up, and it's been good action, frenetic action, like the tempo of the game. We've also seen some skill on display. And number 13, there it is for St. David's. That's Kanyangarara. He's been quite effective for them. And plenty of penetration into the key being shown. the Dipsy do. This did not go in, but it was a valiant attempt by the young man Mate.
St. David's needs to go back to their key game. They need to get the big fella the ball, making sure that every single time he gets inside there, they're giving him the ball. In this quarter, they haven't been doing that. So if they want to win this game, because they've been able to get themselves in a position to win the game, they need to go back to that.
Well, the referee's calling for the players to make their way onto the floor. We have an intriguing fourth quarter ahead. The 2-point gap, only one possession separates St. Peter's and St. David's, and it is going to be an intriguing fourth quarter of St. John's Tournament basketball. Let's Ngokolo to inbound the ball. And the drive penetration met by the defense, but in an illegal manner. And free throw line is where we head.
That's a good drive. That's a nice penetration. You'd like to see penetration, whether it's ball penetration or dribble penetration, to make sure that you put pressure on the defensive end.
And that is Makanya at the free throw line. No good. Empty trip for him.
Two things, Q. The team that fights and gets rebounds in this quarter, and the team that limits their turnovers is going to win this game.
Michael now for St. David's. Kanyangarara working and just powers his way underneath the rim, and that's a mismatch for Kanyangarara. Ngokolo, no chance.
That's the mind for St. David's. You gotta continuously go inside to the big man. No one from the other team can handle him. There is no Pile on the court to give any blocking for that. So really, St. David's should continue going there.
Kanyangarara has struggled from the free throw line. He's been in and around 50%. You remember that he went to the bank on a Friday. It was open, and we'll see if he employs that tactic once again. No good. Empty trip for Kanyangarara this time, but Kogolo picks up that rebound. Michael trying to work hard there. Basilio for St. Peter's. For St. David's, and Basilio, strong finish, and it's a tie game.
That's a big drive, and St. David's are on a 2-2-1 pressure defense. St. Peter's needs to calm down. Just because you're being pressed doesn't mean that you need to rush everything. So St. Peter's must calm down. The game is still in their hands.
Raisha Kwena again. Contact, and then the ability to draw the foul. He gets himself to the free throw line. He had an empty trip the last time down. Every single trip to the free throw line is crucial, especially with time pressure starting to mount. So with 5 minutes and 20 seconds left here in the fourth quarter, a timeout call by Coach Elvis Hopkong of St. David's. It is riveting action here, a tight and intense game.
We are on social media. You can follow us at School Sport Live on Facebook and Twitter. You can hashtag SJC Basketball. We are here second day of 4 days in this tournament.
With all the live streamed games and catch all the schedules, you can do SJC Basketball. There's just so much action. We need 4 pools of action, 35 teams, 28 local, 7 international. There's plenty of action on show.
So Q, who are you going for?
Who am I going for in this game? I'm going to go with the experience of Coach Floshengwenya, and I'm going to look at the way that he's utilizing Ishekwene. Strong defense being played by St. David's, and I think St. David's at the free throw line is hurting them a lot.
I'm going for St. David's.
We have a difference of opinion here in the commentary booth, and Will it be the experience of Quinton Denason or the lack of judgment by Kimati Dogothi as we head down the stretch?
So I like the fact that Pillay is back on. Pillay is going to give St. David's offensive players a problem because of his height and his length. So let's see how that goes about. Shekwene is doing a good job. He's got 10 points at the moment, and he's the key player for St. Peter's now.
Really is the key player. Shekwene showing some BMT from the free throw line as he knocks down his first. And the clock will continue to run down as the play resumes. And we're left with just about 5 minutes on those two makes. Big time free throws by Shekwene has been critical and crucial as he takes his points tally to 10.
St. Peter's playing a more high tempo pressure defense, trying to see whether they can get St. David's off their feet.
Basilio, no good, but Kanyangarara bodies inside and does a great job picking up the board. The power of Kanyangarara is still on show underneath, and again the scrambled play. Shongwe and Kanyangarara involved for St. David's. The ball into the hands of the referees.
As a coach, you'd like to see players who go down first on the ground.
Shika pushes it up the floor, and poor execution there by the guard from St. Peter's, and that is Makanya.
That was a missed opportunity for St. Peter's. They should have got a basket.
Shiga, no good.
St. Peter's are looking the more composed team at the moment, and if they continue playing with that composure, St. David's will find themselves in a very, very deep hole.
I will take you back 2 minutes to your predictions and then just remind you about that as we head towards the close of the game. We're supposed to be highly objective in the commentary booth, I do remind you, but we are supposed to be analysts as well. And the ball moves again. Ishekwene, you can bet that he's going to challenge the rim, but he's met by Kanyangarara, and even a little show of aggression there. And I'm such a fan of the physicality and the show of aggression by both players.
That was good defense. The referees sometimes need to leave the players. It's just aggression. It's just excitement. They want to show that they're defensively out there.
Well, I think Kanyangarara picks up a foul for his show of aggression and a little push off the ball, and that means that Ishekwene will get himself to the free throw line.
I think that's a bad call from the ref. That push was after the block. The player went up, he blocked it, and after the block, when the player was down, he pushed the player. So that should not be shooting two.
Unless he called it on the block.
Yep. That's a key foul, because now that's 3 fouls. You got 2 minutes 35 seconds. You don't want him to foul out at this stage, and that player, hopefully the player will not make sure that he doesn't get his 4th and 5th foul.
Well, that puts Kanyangarara on 4 fouls actually, so that means that he's only got 1 foul to play with, and it's a really, really key foul with 2 minutes left in the game.
That's a key basket.
Showing some awareness, and that's a really crucial basket as it ties the game up.
This is turning out to be a very, very, very good game. Both teams are giving their all. Players are diving for balls, going for rebounds, and showing aggression. That's a good substitution by Coach Dixon, because Thorpe has been doing a great job on the offensive boards and defensive boards. So I think he's trying to get more rebounds for both teams. I mean for St. David's, not for both teams, for St. David's.
Just under 2 minutes left. You know, we do go to stop time situation. The clock no longer runs on stoppages. And there's a call by the referee on the floor. Referee recognizing that team fouls is now in effect, which means that on that foul, St. Peter's will go to the free throw line. And these big, big free throws, a lot of pressure on Kogolo at the free throw line.
At this point in time, we talked about how key free throws are. Now, it's very, very key. Every free throw you get, you gotta make 1.
1 of 2, and that will still give St. Peter's a 1-point lead. And the lead is worth a lot here in a running time game. Basilio goes to the left hand Rebounded by Pillay. Pillay in the backcourt looking for Shika, throws it up. Shekwene travels on the pickup, and another crucial turnover for St. Peter's.
I think St. Peter's need to be smart now. There's no reason for them to foul. They're in a good position. Just need to play very good defense, and they're fine.
St. David's moving the ball around. The penetration. That's a strong take by Shongwe. A great incisive play, or like cut into the key, and it sees him at the free throw line.
I was looking at Kanyagarara. He's playing at the three-point line, and St. David's doesn't need him playing there. He needs to be inside. He needs to be looking for the ball at the moment.
They need to feed him the ball at the moment, but these free throws now crucial again. Every single time any one of these teams goes to the free throw line, it's going to be pivotal and crucial. 1 point the lead, a chance to tie it here for Shongwe. The ball hands up in the hands of Shongwe again, and it is Basilio. Basilio inside.
That Thorpe. I just talked about Thorpe the other time, saying that how key it was for him to come in, and he makes a really key basket.
Shekwene loses the handle, and it is a 1 point game this time for Pillay. He does a great job of getting two defenders in the air. And that foul means that Pillay will now go to the free throw line. It's so frenetic. It's just end-to-end stuff, and it's a great game so far.
The St. David's coach is right. That ball should have gone to St. David's off that turnover, but it wasn't the case. Good job by Kanyagarara making sure that Pillay didn't get his shot off, because it could have been an end one. These are pressure shots that one has to make with 56 seconds left, and Pillay missed his first free throw.
A lot resting on the shoulders of Pillay right now as he's at the free throw line. No good. Those misses may come back to haunt him.
That's a big rebound by Thorpe. That takes his tally to 7 rebounds. St. Peter's needs to identify the clock now. It's 42 seconds on the clock. They need to make sure that St. David's doesn't dribble out this time, because there is no 24-second clock.
Well, I've seen 2 examples of really poor recognition by teams on the floor when it comes to that, especially with the 1 point lead. This time, though, the foul committed by the St. Peter's team, which means that we'll head to the free throw line again, and we will head to the free throw line a lot in these final 36 seconds if all goes the way that it should.
Coach Flush must be thinking 2 things now. If St. David's makes the second free throw, he would want probably to call a timeout. And from St. David's side, if you make the shot, you don't want to foul and put pressure on yourself.
Kanyagarara with the big rebound for St. David's. And Kanyagarara, that may be the most crucial play of the game underneath the rim, as Kokolo.
That's the 5th foul that has been picked up by number 17, Kongolo. Someone else needs to come in and play hard with 32.5
will
seconds
make his
left.
way to the bench, and he hasn't really done an effective job for his coach. Been a difficult day for him because the strength mismatch between Kanyagarara and the bigs from St. Peter's is glaring. Kanyagarara now with the chance to make this a 2-possession game.
Big rebound by Thorpe once again.
Rebounding will haunt the dreams of St. Peter's when they go back and look at this game.
Thorpe came in about 2 minutes left into this game, and he has been key on the rebounding board. He got three key rebounds, and that is going to be key if St. Peter's want to win this game. Pillay has to box out Thorpe this moment.
Kanyagarara, no good, empty trip, and somehow, some way, St. Peter's managed to hold on to possession. They've been struggling underneath the rim, and a timeout call by Coach Flosh. You can best bet he's going to draw up a play and look at feeding the bigs on the inside. Either going to use the incisive cut of Ishekwene, which has been very effective, or feed Pile on the play from Ishekwene. I think that's where I would go if I was the coach.
If I was Flosh, I would go with Shika. Try to get Shika open. He has drawn attention from the St. David's team. If he gets the ball and is able to drive into the basket and forcing the defense to come out, he'll be able to give Shekweni or Pile the ball. I think they need to create some opening for those two players, and the only person that can create those openings is Shika. So I agree with you in terms of Pile, and Shekweni needs to score, but I think the ball should go to Shika for him to create that opportunity.
And that is why you are a coach, and I'm still learning to ply my trade.
We got a great game, 31-29. St. David's and St. Peter's playing a fantastic game, as you can see the replays over there.
Well, Kanyagara has been instrumental. Thorpe has been just as effective. 8 points for Thorpe to go along with a couple of really big rebounds. Ishekwene has got his 10 along with 3 rebounds, 8 big boards for Thorpe. 12 for Ishekwene points-wise to go along with 3 boards. Thorpe, 7 points, 8 rebounds, and he leads the scoring for St. David's.
As you can see, Ishekwene is looking to go and get Shika open. That pick doesn't work.
Ball goes baseline now. Pile with the ball in hand, looking. And the baseline drive. Amazing scoop layup. And it is a depth touch by Makanya. And we were both wrong where the ball went to Makanya, showing some skill in Basilio. The ball rattles in and out, and it's been...
That was great improvisation by St. Peter's. They tried to get Shika open, but he wasn't, and the ball went to Shekweni, and that was a great feed and basket by St. Peter's, which gives them a life in this game with 6 seconds left on the clock.
Inventive play, improvisation, as mentioned, and Makanya's nifty left hand is why we have a tie game right now with 6.7 seconds left. A timeout call by Coach Elvis Upcock, and we'll see what he's able to draw up. It is intense stuff here at Wembley Arena. St. Peter's 31, St. David's 31. We have 6.7 seconds left.
I think Coach Flosh now is looking at how does he react to a St. David's score. You want someone to get the ball and push the ball. 6 seconds, you can do a lot in 6 seconds. You don't really need to chuck up a shot. You can get a layup with 6 seconds left on the clock. And at the same time, St. David's, if you score, don't foul. There is no need for you to foul. Just play true defense and let St. Peter's win the game if they want to win the game.
Well, I see Coach Flosh going to inquire how many timeouts he has left. He's uncertain, and when you see a coach talking to the referees, this means he's trying to find out that and say that he should have one more timeout left. But according to the scoreboard, both timeouts have been used by both coaches, so no timeouts left, which makes it even more intriguing.
I think Coach Flosh is, in terms of FIBA rules, you have 3 timeouts in the second half. But I think tournament rules says you have two timeouts.
Basilio with 2 big free throws here, and all you need to do is make one, young man, and give your school the chance at victory.
The defensive balance for St. David's is not good. They need to get someone back on the defense.
Well, a scramble for the ball. And this is looking like it's going to go to overtime. The miss by Basilio, crucial. A scramble for the ball. No timeouts. 2 seconds left.
You don't want to foul in this situation. Let them receive the ball and just leave him.
Well, 2 seconds, shot runs out. And we have overtime here at Wembley Arena. It is St. David's and St. Peter's battling it out. And just free throws, crucial. Basilio had the chance to ice the game for St. David's. I'm not sure if that may come back and bite them, but we are going to have an extra period of play here at Wembley Arena.
That's true, Q. We had Pillay on the free throw line for his team to go 1 point up earlier on. He missed both his free throws, and we had the same thing on this side. It goes back to what we were saying yesterday and today. The free throws will make a difference, and it's exciting basketball. We are actually going to our first overtime at Wembley Arena.
Exciting times indeed. We'll have 3 minutes of play, and it'll continue to be running time. The team that prevails throughout those 3 minutes will be the team that is named the victor.
One key thing against St. David's, Kanyagarara is still on 4 fouls. He can't pick up that 5th foul, so he has to be cautious in terms of how he plays. We have Thorpe getting a lot of rebounds. Someone has to get a body on Thorpe because Pillay is watching Kanyagarara. So everybody else at this time in the game, everybody must box out someone. It can't be a post player's duty. Even the point guard has to box out.
Well, for the other team, for St. Peter's, Pillay has got 10 rebounds. Ishekwene has 12 points, and those have been 2 stalwarts. And I think if I was Coach Flosh, I'd get the ball in the hands of Shikwene and tell him to attack Kanyangarara, or even look at Pillay and an isolation play and see if he can't draw that 5th foul.
Kanyagarara was quite smart the last time because Coach Flush drew that, and Kanyagarara made sure that he stood for a charge, which had the ball going out. So we having a bunch of players who are very, very smart, and this next 3 minutes will be critical.
Overtime, folks. Here we go, and it is the ball in the hands of St. David's Merits, and there's Basilio on the floor. Screened by Kanyagarara. Basila pulls up and hits the 3.
Imagine you miss 2 key free throws and you come and you hit a big 3-pointer.
Well, the foul committed on Ishekwene.
That's an uncalled foul because now you're sending St. Peter's to the free throw line because the fouls carry over to the overtime.
Well, Ishekwene has been quite effective. He's probably one of the better free throw shooters for St. Peter's, and he's had a lot of practice, and you'd expect him to knock down at least 2. Has been consistent, and he'll feel no pressure right now. His time continues to run down.
Shakweni is doing a good job for St. Peter's and keeping them in this game.
Well, a lane infringement and lane violation means that Ishekwene will get another chance at it, and that's fortunate for St. Peter's. Silly mistakes can come back and bite you in the end result.
Since Pillay came back on, his presence has been there, but he hasn't been able to get inside and have his presence felt.
Limited touches for Pillay, and that's probably why he hasn't had his presence felt. Basilio off the Kangarara screen. Ball moves out. Both teams are in the penalty, so that means that Basilio will get a chance to go to the free throw line once again and see if he can make amends for both misses at the end of the 4th quarter.
If I was Coach Dixon, I would actually get Thorpe to set those high pick and roll for Basilio, considering that Kanyagarara is on 4 fouls. You don't want a mistake to happen and the ref calls them for his offensive foul. So I wouldn't have him setting those picks. I'd rather have Thorpe setting those picks.
Keen observation, clear observation. Basilio once again unable to connect, struggling from the free throw line. Kanyagarara on the follow, and he induces the Pillay foul. Pillay will pick up his 2nd personal, but that means Kanyagarara goes to the free throw line. And free throw line struggles for St. David's. They could have iced this game a long time ago if they'd been able to convert from that charity stripe.
You know, Q, besides the free throws, nice free throw from Kanyagarara. I feel that both teams have been playing good basketball based on what we have been able to see. They've been giving us some entertaining basketball.
You love the intensity, you love the competition. And 2 makes for Kanyagarara means that it's now a 2-possession game and a lot to do for St. Peter's. Pillay feeds it up floor into the hands of Ishekwene. Shekwene loses the handle, chases it down, but hands it back to St. David's, and it's now Basilio. Basilio looking up the floor. Basilio will slow down the tempo. Kanyangarara sets the pick once again. Basilio to the left hand.
I think St. David's are having a 4-point lead. There's no reason for them to be rushing it so much. They've got the lead. They need to relax and make sure that St. Peter's has to come and foul them.
Well, that Shongwe miss would mean that there's a timeout called on the floor. And this is Coach Flosh calling the timeout for St. Peter's. And it is, again, very, very tense, very intriguing. It's still difficult to pick a winner at this stage, but the odds slightly skewed in the favor of St. David's because there are only 75 seconds remaining, which is still an eternity.
The only advantage, that the reason why they're getting that advantage is because of the rebounding count. St. David's has 34 rebounds over St. Peter's 25. Those rebounds are key. You can't have Thorpe getting the ball. You can't have anyone getting the ball. You need to box out and get the ball. And at this stage of the game, you're down 4, but you've got 1 minute 15 seconds. That's a lot of time. You don't have to panic. Once you break the press, relax, look for your key players and attack the defense.
Composure will be required here with the final 75 seconds of overtime. And yes, we are in overtime at Wembley Arena. This is School Sport Live, broadcasting, streaming rather, from Wembley Arena, St. John's 11th annual basketball extravaganza. And this is the action between St. Peter's and St. David's.
Hashtag SJC basketball.
Hashtag SJC basketball. Here we go. St. Peter's looking to set up. The high pressure once again on Shika Ishekwene, being harassed by Shongwe. The low shoulder to the hands of Makanya. Makanya with heroics towards the end of the fourth quarter. Ishekwene forces it up. And the bank is open here at Wembley Arena.
That's a good drive. He just dropped his head and he went to the basket.
Shongwe. Basilio. And that time the foul, no choice but to foul. And that's good awareness, and if you're going to send anybody to the line right now, it might as well be Basilio. He's had 2 empty trips, and you'd bank on him not making the next couple.
That was a good call by Coach Flosh, making sure that they get that foul.
Basilio, hands on head, and he still continues to struggle from the free throw line.
That's the 5th consecutive miss by Basilio.
Empty trip once again, Ishekwene, as he drives by Basilio. And Ishekwene.
I hope the ref doesn't give that player a technical foul, because he wasn't fighting the ref or anybody else. So hopefully that the ref doesn't have an impact on this game.
Players have got to have discipline on the floor, and ill discipline gets rewarded with a tick. You can hope all you want, but you don't like to see outbursts like that from players on the floor.
True. St. Peter's
with the chance to tie the game. These 2 big free throws. Sorry, Coach.
I was going to say, St. Peter's are happy to have Shekwene being the one shooting that free throw.
Connects on both, and we are back. Tie game it is, and there's a timeout call this time. 2 big free throws by Ishekwene, and it is the free throw line that's ultimately hurting St. David's merits. They've been unable to convert. Basilio 0 of 6, and those 6 empty trips may haunt him still. A timeout called. We'll see what Coach Elvis Upcombe has up his sleeve, but the play and the way the play has been structured, you've got to look at Kanyangarara to get the last couple of touches, and maybe just a 3-point shooter, maybe Basilio or maybe Shongwe or Michael on the outside, but you've got to believe that this ball is going inside to Kanyangarara.
The reason why St. David's are in this position is because Basilio has missed the last 2 free throws. Instead of playing good defense, he then goes and makes a foul, fouling a player who's so far away from the basket. I think what St. David's will do, they're going to try and get the ball to Basilio. If I was St. David's, I would try and keep that ball until 10 seconds. When it's on 10 seconds, I can then attack so that I don't give St. Peter's enough time to get the ball and go score. So we will see, and it's all about patience. Just keep the ball, go with 10 seconds on the clock, and then take it from there.
Clock management. It would be shot clock management, but we don't have a shot clock, so there's no onus on the players or time pressure on the players to force up a shot. St. David's move it around and should look for the most viable option, utilize as much of the clock as possible.
I think that's a bad call from the ref. The player Basilio has so much space to move back or sideways. You can't say that the player must go back.
I think he was stepping over the line and infringing and coming out to the court or out the active area of the court.
Yeah, that was a bad play for St. David's. The ball went to the wrong person, and true as much, he threw the ball away.
Shika. Makanya. Back into the hands of Shika. The corner Makanya looking to create. The ball in the hands of Makanya. Time starting to run down. 5 seconds. The shot goes up. No good. And I think we're going to the foul. And now that foul gives a chance for St. David's to ice this game. 2 huge free throws and a chance to win the game. This is big.
All right, so there are 2 things that happened there. You foul someone who has no chance of scoring a basket, and secondly, you're not looking at the time itself. There is no need for that foul, but let's see how St. David's responds because they've missed so many free throws.
Wortley makes the first, and that is a big shot by the young man.
If I'm St. David's, just miss this basket so that St. Peter's doesn't get the ball back.
With 1 second left, Wortley's free throw is the way that this game ends, and that's a big play by Wortley, and some disappointment on the floor, and I think that is Ishe Kwene who just goes down. And St. Peter's disappointed, but a lot of elation on the side of St. David's as they managed to fight hard for their win. An impressive display by Kanyangarara, that big-time free throw by Wortley. And all around, it's been a great game and a great exhibition of high school basketball.
That was a good game for both teams. Great coaching by Coach Flush, Ngwenya, and Elvis Dixon. It was really a big game.
Well, at full time, it's St. David's 37, St. Peter's 36. This is St. John's High School basketball action being brought to you live from Wembley Arena, and it was a really enthralling contest.
All right, welcome back to Wembley Arena. Now in this matchup, we've got Brook House from Kenya taking on Dominican Convent School from Johannesburg. So we're getting ready for the jump ball. So we stand by for jump ball in the match between Dominican Convent School and Brook House from Kenya. And the game has started. So we've got Brook House controlling the first possession.
Oh.
So we've got a foul with Brook House on the line, number 15, for 2 free throws.
Okay, now it looks like it's going to be an inbound instead. Yeah. Brook House with the ball. Going for the layup. Nothing there. Let's see, Dominican bringing up the ball.
This is going to be a tightly contested affair.
Brook House and Dominican both looking for wins at the moment, trying to get that 4th seed in their pool. Oh, missed. Brook House with the rebound. Brook House pushing pace now. Oh, good shot from number 5 from Brook House. 2 points on the board. Look, both these schools are zoning it up at the moment, trying to play the spaces there. I don't know, see how their offense is going to work against it.
Yes, I think both sides are evenly matched as far as the point guards or the guards area is concerned.
Yeah, Brook House need to try take advantage of the size they have, though.
Yeah, I think that so far what I've seen, they're very good at doing that.
Yeah, definitely. But I think, yeah, it'll definitely be a close game from the looks of things. I think both teams match up with each other well defensively, and they both play the same defense, so they know what to expect from each other. There you go, another basket for Brook House under the rim, using that size again. Look, hitting the offensive boards.
Yes, Dominican will have to do a better job of getting number 15 off the backboard, because he's very good with the offensive rebound.
Yeah, definitely. Owering, and he can't find anything there. Oh, there's two tall guys right there waiting for those blocks. 3-point up, nothing. Rebound, Brook House. Ooh, turnover, Brook House. Yeah, Dominican again struggling to get in the lane and make layups over those very tall players from Brook House.
Dominican will have to play a little bit more control. They cannot be rushing shots against this Brook House team.
Yeah. Another drive, foul there. Yeah. Okay, number 15 at the line for 2 shots. Missed the first one. See if Dominican can get on the board here.
I think it's been a struggle so far on the free throw line for most of the teams in this tournament.
And he makes the second one, and Dominican get on the board. Yeah, no, both teams have struggled but at the free throw line. Hopefully definitely for Dominican, they'll want to improve that for today. Jump shot, airballed it. Dominican with the rebound, pushing pace up the court. Layup. Oh, good offensive rebound for the tip-in. Yeah, if they push pace like that during the game, they're definitely going to get a lot more good looks.
And I think that is Dominican style of basketball.
Yeah. Number 15 again, got his own rebound, kicks it out. Driving in, passed against number 15. Call a 3-second on him. But again, this number 15's getting the ball, going up, getting his own rebound. I mean, if he's going to do that the whole game, Dominican are really going to struggle to contain him.
Absolutely. They need to do a better job of boxing him out and getting him off the board.
Yeah, all right. Let's see, Dominican setting up here, kicking out. 3-point attempt, it's no good. But the offensive rebound. And back, Brookhouse looking to run, but unfortunately a bad pass leading to a turnover. Airball rebound again by Brookhouse, pushing the ball up the floor. Driving in and a foul committed there by Dominican. I think at the moment Dominican need to move the ball more on their half-court offense. They can't rely solely on just running transition to get their baskets. It's looking a bit too static, and if they're going to move that zone, they have to move the ball a lot more.
I agree with the timeout on the floor. So I think the ball needs to get more inside and out. They cannot just rely on taking three-point shot that the defense pass.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they've been shooting at a great percentage either. So if they're going to rely on it, I think they're really going to struggle.
Absolutely.
And off the timeout now, I'm sure Dominican are going to relook at what they're trying to do on the court now.
So, Coach, how has the tournament been for you so far?
It's been good. Look, we've had three very tough games. Three very tough games up front. We had Brookhouse, we had St. Albans, and then obviously played you guys, played St. David's. All two of our games decided within 2 points, so it's been a hard-fought tournament so far.
I must commend you for what you guys have done with the team. I mean, the team is really taking a different look. And you guys are competing and giving, and congratulations on the win against JP in the league as well. So I think, it is important that we have a strong St. Peter's team in the league.
Yeah, look, St. Peter's used to historically be blown out by quite a bit. So all it took was a bit more structure, a bit of coaching effort, and it shows that guys can play. All they need is the right guidance.
Yeah, I agree with you. So, and we're back in action. So there was a foul committed by Brookhouse, and it looks like Dominican is going on the line for 2 free throws.
And the struggles continue at the free throw line here. Again, Brookhouse with that rebound. St. Streams up top, gets the ball inside, and a foul committed there. Yeah, they can't be doing that the whole game. If they're going to keep fouling the big men, they're going to really be in trouble if they're going to have no big men on the court either.
I agree with you. If you were Dominican, what adjustment would you be making right now, seeing this game?
Yeah. Misses the first one. And misses the second one again, but again, Brookhouse on the offensive glass, really tearing it up at the moment. Number 15 from Brookhouse going in, but smothered there by the guards. Great steal, leading to a fast break. And nothing there, though. But it looks like they retain possession. Dominican big man finding nothing in there. Brookhouse bringing the ball up now, looking to set up an offense.
Yeah, it's been an interesting affair so far with 2 minutes left on the clock.
But again, Brookhouse keep putting that ball inside, hoping to get some work done there. See how Dominican sets up now, if they've made any changes. Hey, unlucky, unfortunate on that turnover. This ball looks like the ball just slipped out of his hands there. Oh, driving to the basket, looking for that pass inside against their big man who scores it. Everything from Brookhouse is looking to go right inside the paint at the moment, and it looks like they're finding success there.
Yeah, I mean, that is a great strategy. If you have the twin towers that you have there, you need to make sure they get touches, down low.
Yeah, definitely. Dominican needs to find an adjustment to see how they're going to counter that. With the drive there and a foul, looks like 2 free throws coming up.
Well, Dominican will need to score free throws, though, if they want to remain in this game.
Misses again. I think Dominican at the moment 1 of 5 from the free throw line. They really need to improve if they're going to keep in this game.
I agree with you.
And makes the second one. "15 seconds left on the clock for the quarter. They call a foul on number 23 from Dominican. It's going to be Brookhouse ball. I'm not sure what happened there. No. Shooting two, the ref says. A bit of a miscommunication there between the refs and the players.
So I think Dominican they were in bonus, so there was 2 free throws to be shot from that foul committed.
Okay, so there'll be 2 free throws now. End of the quarter as well, and hopefully Brookhouse will be looking to score those and go into the quarter 4 points up. End of the quarter 4 points up. Makes the first one. Misses the second. So Brookhouse going to the end of the first quarter up 7-4. I mean, the score's not too far apart, but Brookhouse looking like the better team at the moment, definitely. Yeah.
I agree with you. There's, definitely controlling the pace of the game, and now we'll be looking to see what adjustment Dominican will make in the second quarter to try to get back in the game.
Yeah, I think Dominican, if they're going to really get into this game, they need to push the ball up the court and move the ball a lot more on offense, because if there's no movement against that zone, Brookhouse will be happy to just stay in the paint there and have those 2 guys contest every shot that goes up.
There is number 28, Chiami Bopella from Dominican, taking it all the way inside, and the tip back by the player, the number 27.
Yeah, that's a great example of them getting out and running in transition, though. When that happens, good things will happen for this team. They have some quick players on there that can get by, but they need to push pace when they can.
So we're back in quarter 2, with Dominican controlling the ball.
And again, another missed shot. Brookhouse with the rebound. Shot up for Brookhouse there in the lane. Missed, but the rebound by number 15 puts it up, misses. Gets it. Brookhouse with another rebound. And unfortunately, the turnover.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Dominican will have to, do a little bit of more fundamentals, like boxing out and simple things like that, because they don't really have a big man to match up with number 15 and 16 from Brookhouse. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, as you saw again, 2 offensive rebounds again. And I don't think Dominican, have only got that 1 offensive rebound so far. So if this is going to continue, they're really going to struggle this game. See, trying again to get it into number 15 in the post there, and Dominican committing the foul inside. 3-point shot, number 7, misses that, but it will be Brookhouse ball.
Dominica will need to be very careful about the foul situation.
Again, back into the post. Up, misses, gets his own rebound. Up again, misses. Number 16 gets the rebound. Up again and scores. Again, this is the theme that keeps coming up. Offensive rebounds. They're killing them on the boards, and those two, number 16 and 15, are going to go to work the whole day.
Yes, and the score now is 9-4 to Brookhouse. I mean, if you keep letting them get those balls, they will eventually score.
Yeah. So now Dominican with the ball. Still struggling to move it on offense, though. Number 30 going to work. Little floater, gets blocked. Brookhouse with the rebound, looking to run the ball, but unfortunately turn it over. Number 15 coming down the lane, puts up another shot. Missed. Gets his own rebound and scores. Good job, great shot.
Yeah, that was a beautiful reverse layup there by Janssen.
Again, Brookhouse looking to go inside, but this time is blocked by number 27.
Back in action with Brookhouse putting up shots.
No, it looks like he stepped out there before he tapped it.
The score now is Brookhouse 9, Dominican 6. Brookhouse with the ball.
Brookhouse again, looks to get it to number 16, loses it. Great pass there, great fake, unfortunately can't finish, but again, Brookhouse with the rebound, they miss, and Dominican now pushing the ball up the floor. Bit of a costly turnover there. Pushing the ball up the floor well, but just mishandling it there at the end. Great move from number 7, puts up a little floater, and misses. Dominican with the rebound. Again, pushing the ball up the floor. This is what they want to do. Yes, great look from number 15. See, this is how Dominican want to get out and run.
Yes, and I think it's working for them. So now back in the game, down 1.
Brookhouse again going straight back into the post. Fouls. The foul's going to be on number 27. Brookhouse going to be at the free throw line again. I think Brookhouse definitely needs to capitalize more on the looks that they're getting inside, because they've gotten a lot of good looks inside, but they don't really finish around the rim that well. First free throw is good. Second free throw is missed, but again, Brookhouse with the offensive rebound. They're going to set up again at the top. Wide open 3, missed it. And Dominican getting the rebound and pushing the pace again. This is what they want to look to do. Great Euro step and great basket. Every time they're pushing the ball down the court, good things are happening for them, so they need to keep this pace.
I agree with you.
Yeah, great steal. Dominican, number 15, running the floor, going for his layup. Again, made basket. This is a good showing from Dominican now. They're really pushing back and trying to get into this game. Ahead 2. It looks like they're in the driver's seat at the moment, as long as they keep controlling the tempo of the game. As there's a foul there by number 27 again. He needs to watch his fouls now, because I think he's in 3 fouls, and they're gonna have to take him out at some point, because they can't risk him fouling these guys too much.
Great. So the score now is Brookhouse 10, Dominican 12. The Dominican haven't been on 2 transition offense that resulted in 4 points. So they're now controlling the game.
Yeah, as we take a look at Dominican pushing up the ball here. Great handling here by number 28, getting right by him, by his man, getting straight to the rim. Great Euro step. And there was just no way to stop him there, I don't think. Especially with their big man not big. As soon as the big man aren't getting back, that's where they're getting good looks right at the rim. Back in action now. At the end of the timeout, Dominican up 12-10. It's going to be Dominican ball. My bad, Brookhouse ball. Get it into the corner, wide open three, takes it, makes it from the corner there, number 6 from Brookhouse. Number 15 trying to put on the moves over here. Passes it out to the corner, another drive in, kicks it out. Getting into the lane, but mishandling it. It's going to be a turnover. Two minutes left in the quarter now. Brookhouse bringing up the ball. The pass, shot from the high post, nothing. There's going to be a foul on number 16 for pushing on that rebound.
Brookhouse will need to go back to doing what they were doing earlier on by getting the ball inside.
Oh, great handles by number 23. Tries to kick it out. No shot there. Looks like they're going to have to reset it. Swings to the corner. Mid-range shot. No good. Again, Brookhouse at the rebound. Looks like they're going to slow the tempo down a little bit now. Bringing the ball up, trying to set up into the corner. Another three-point attempt, missed, but Brookhouse with the rebound and the basket. Brookhouse relying heavily on their offensive rebounds at the moment, but it looks like it's going to work for them as they're up 15-12 at the moment. Again, Dominican moving the ball around, takes an early three-pointer, Brookhouse with the rebound. Oh, bad pass leading to a turnover. Another three-point shot, no good. Brookhouse with the rebound.
Looks like Dominican is settling for three-point shots now.
Again in the post, nothing. Offensive rebound, foul, and one. Brookhouse is doing whatever they like in the paints at the moment. I mean, missed shots. They're getting most of their offensive rebounds, so they can really afford to. I think Dominican's settling a bit too much at the moment, looking for taking shots that are a bit too early in their possession, and not great ones either. And he makes his free throw. 10 seconds left on the clock. Dominican with the ball, looking for a shot, nothing there, and they're not going to be able to get a shot up before the buzzer goes, and that'll bring us to the half with Brookhouse leading Dominican 18-12.
What a turnaround it's been for Brookhouse, coming back from being down 4 to now controlling the game with the 18-12 leading into the half.
Yeah, well, Brookhouse, they lost a bit of control of the tempo of the game there, but at the end it looked like they slowed it down and played the pace they wanted to play.
Yes, and that is what you would do. That is what is working for you. You've got the big guys inside that are able to get to the board and and control the offensive rebound. So that is what you would do. Yeah,
definitely. And Dominican's still yet to find an answer there. So they really have to start thinking about at this halftime what they're going to do to keep them off the boards, because I think as soon as they're off the boards, I'm not sure what Brookhouse is going to go to.
Yes, it's been an interesting start so far for Brookhouse. We've got Tantu with 8 points and 10 rebounds. So, and it's leading this Brookhouse team very well, with Makundila leading Dominican with 6 points and 3 rebounds and 1 assist. So I think this is really going. We can see who is helping the teams here.
Yeah, but again, this guy, I mean, he's got 8 rebounds at the half already. I mean, he's looking to have 16 rebounds in the game, which is a lot, especially in a running time game. So if he's in to get those rebounds and keep putting them up, then I'm not sure how Dominican's going to counter that.
Yeah, so if you were Dominican at this stage, what do you do leading into the third quarter?
I think you definitely got to start doubling them in the post there, because that post entry is looking a bit too easy for them. The pass in is easy, the collection's easy. They got to put a bit more pressure there and try doubling in the post. They have to force to kick outs and try and make some shots, because they haven't really proven that they can make a lot of three-pointers throughout this tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting because Brookhouse has been 1 of 4 so far from the three-point line, although Dominican is 0 of 6. But looking at Dominican and adjustment, I agree with you. We have to double the post and force them to shoot from outside.
Yeah, because look, it doesn't look like their strength is really on the outside. They've made one three-point shot so far, but thinking tournament-wise, for their last 2 games, they haven't really been able to make it at a decent rate. So that's your best bet if you're a coach at the moment.
Yes, and Brookhouse is also controlling the boards with 24 rebounds in 2 quarters. I mean, that's a lot.
Yeah, that is definitely a lot. Dominican only, how many rebounds?
They've got 14
only for 24 to 14, getting out-rebounded by 10 at the moment, which is way too much. If you're going to get out-rebounded by that much, it's going to be very difficult for you to win a game.
Okay, so once again, the halftime score is 18 to Brookhouse and 12 to Dominican as we get ready to get back into the third quarter.
Looks like it's going to be Dominican's ball. Let's see if they can make the necessary adjustments to pull this game back in their favor. I mean, Brookhouse ball, sorry. It's going to be Dominican on defense now. Let's see if they can set up in a way that can force them to move the ball out of the post. Well, around, no. And they get that ball into the post way too easily. Missed shots. But they get the rebound, and now they're pushing the tempo. Great drive. Unfortunately, a miss there. They get their own rebound. From 28, they kick it out. 3-pointer, not going to take it. Driving in, but a foul committed there before the shots.
Yeah, that was a much better execution by Dominican on the offensive side. Not rushing for that 3, although it was open. And that resulted in the foul now with Dominican on the free throw line for a chance to score 2.
Misses the first one though. Yeah, no, it looked like a lot better ball movement, driving, kicking, actually moving their zone a bit to get a good lane for that attempt. Misses the second one, and they get the offensive rebound. Gain setting up. Let's see how they move the ball. Number 30 in the corner there, looking for something. Drives in, kicks back out. Brookhouse looking like they've set up defense really well, giving Dominican nothing at the moment. Another drive in, another kick out. Drives it in, nothing there. Brookhouse staying strong on their defense. Ooh, foul called there on number 16. But this is a lot better. They're getting the ball moving, getting into the lanes.
Yeah, that was a strong take by Dominican. I agree with you. I mean, Brookhouse got that height advantage, so you need to be able to move the ball and get the defense to shift.
Yeah, but well done on Dominican being patient on that possession. Brookhouse playing some good defense, but they didn't rush the shot, kicked the ball out, moved it around, and didn't settle too early.
Okay,
and then...
Okay, that was 2 of 2 for Mokundila from Dominican. As he now got the lead to 4 points now.
Again, Brookhouse going to the post and the foul there on the entry pass.
At some point, you need to be able to front this Brookhouse team.
They really haven't done a good job denying it in the post there. They need to change it up somehow. Number 4 going for the drive again, dumping it in. Oh, Mishandle there. Dominican with the ball though, and they turn it over. Foul called there before the shot. It's going to be Brookhouse ball. Brookhouse setting up offense now. Being patient, moving the ball around a bit. Again, putting that ball in the post. There, that's the double that we talked about. That's what you need to do to get the ball out of their hands. But good job by Dominican by doubling there and getting the ball out of the post.
We have seen here so far 3 of Dominican players have played all minutes so far in the game. So I think at some point they will need to be able to rest. I mean, looking at the remaining games that they still have to play.
Yeah, definitely. Rest is definitely going to be a factor when you in a long tournament like this, when you're playing 6 or 7 group stage games. But I don't know what the coaches are going to do now, because they're in a close game, and if those players sit, he's not sure how the rest of the team's going to be able to cope.
I agree with you. Brookhouse has done a great job sharing the minutes equally, almost equally amongst the players on the roster.
Yeah, exactly, and that's how they're keeping fresh for all these games. Again, going inside, but the block there by number 15. But they turn the ball over. Dominican with the ball, looking to drive. Steps back for a 3-point shot, and airball. Brookhouse bringing the ball, looking for a long pass there. Oh, unfortunately, it doesn't make it. It's going to turn that ball over.
Dominican is now 0 for 7 from the 3-point line.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like a great option for them right now. They really need to look to try to get something else on offense. Whenever they get the ball, drive it inside, it's a much better look. Missing there. And it looks like it's going to be Dominican ball. Great steal there by number 7. Brookhouse looking to run the ball a bit. Tries to find the open man, unfortunately doesn't get it. But it'll still be Brookhouse ball. Again, the corner 3 from Brookhouse. Makes it again. That's the second 3-pointer from that spot, that corner spot. Looks like he's stroking it a little bit.
Brookhouse is looking to open this game up with 3 minutes left in the third quarter. The Dominican just responded with the 2 of their own. And the score is now 22-16. Brookhouse leading.
Oh, great pass there inside. Great finish. It was a great look from their big man, showing that he can also pass the ball. Dominican coming the other way. Layup, misses. And Brookhouse going straight to the offensive side. Foul there by Dominican. But that's a great job pushing the pace by Brookhouse. Dominican very slow to get back. Didn't read that at all.
Yes, it goes back to transition defense. So we cannot be ball watching. We need to sprint back on defense.
Yeah, that's the first thing that you got to do. You know, the coaches will always tell you got to get back on defense. If you're caught sleeping, then things like this are inevitable. As number 6 is up here for 2 shots at the free throw line. Makes the first one. Misses the second one, and Dominican with the rebound.
Looking at the turnover situation here, there's Brookhouse sitting with 11 turnovers compared to Dominican with 7. So it looks like Dominican not able to take advantage of those turnovers and convert them to valuable points.
Yeah, definitely, but at the moment it doesn't look like they're converting them too well. When they do get out and run, they're looking okay, but they need to convert a lot more of the opportunities that they're getting. Number 7 goes in for the drive, kicks to the corner. Number 6 again from the corner, misses. And Dominican with the rebound. Pushing the ball up the court, number 15. Steps into the lane, puts it up, misses, gets his own rebound. Looks like they're going to reset. Oh, costly turnover by Dominican. Oh, wait. Brookhouse still with the ball. But lack of communication there, and they've turned the ball over. I'm not sure what happened on that play. It was just chaos. And another turnover here, and another turnover. Teams really need to teams really need to calm down and take care of the ball at the moment, because this was 4 consecutive turnovers.
I agree with you. And with Dominican having number 27, their big guy back in the game, they need to be able to calm the game down a little bit and get the ball inside.
Definitely, definitely. It's going to be Dominican ball again, as there's a foul inside there. And that'll be the end of the quarter, with Brookhouse leading Dominican 25-16.
It's been interesting affairs so far, with Dominican shooting at 20% on the field and compared to Brookhouse at 30%. So going into this last quarter, Coach, what will you do? How do you approach this game from Brookhouse perspective, up by 9 points?
Well, if I'm Brookhouse, we're doing fine. They're doing everything that they need to do. They're getting the ball inside, they're getting fouls, they're getting good looks. You don't really need to change much. All you need to do is control the pace of the game, slow it down, stop the turnovers, and this game's in the bag at the moment. The pressure's really on Dominican to counter.
Yeah.
So what do you think as Dominican that you're gonna do now when going into the last quarter?
Well, I would extend the defense a little bit up and try to increase the tempo of the game and see. I mean, that's all you can do. If you sit back in the half court, Brookhouse will probably, as you suggested, control the pace and just move the ball around. So you need to extend your defense a little bit up. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I can agree with you completely. If they can increase the tempo of this game, they got to put more either full court or half court press there and see if they can force some turnovers and get down the court and run, because that's where they've found most success during this game.
Yes, but it also goes back to the substitutions, because having played those 3 players, there are 3 key players all 3 quarters. Now you don't have the fresh legs to really run, if you decide to press now. So I think it will be, a good approach to put in some best players to push the tempo.
Yeah, definitely. They need to get some fresh legs out there to run. I'm not sure what the coach thinks of the guys that will come off the bench, but obviously he's not too confident in them, because these guys look like they're going to end out this game playing all 32 minutes. But clearly he needs them on the court because he believes that they're going to, get them to a win.
I agree. As we get ready to, start the 4th quarter, so it is Brookhouse controlling 25 with Dominican 16.
As we get underway now, 7 with the ball, trying to set up, sets the pick there, rolls to the basket, nothing there. Again, dumping the ball inside, great low-high pass to the rim, nothing. Get the offensive rebound again, goes up, misses, but another offensive rebound, and again, getting the ball inside, getting those offensive rebounds. That's how they're going to close out this game.
Yeah, it looks to me like Brookhouse is just throwing anything off the backboard. It's almost looking like they're making passes to each other, off the backboard.
Yeah, well, it looks like
knowing that they're going to get the rebound anyway.
Definitely. A foul there by Brookhouse. Looks like Dominican to go to the line. But yeah, as you said, I mean, they're not too worried if they miss shots at the moment, because they can miss, get a rebound, go up again, and Dominican really just can't keep them off the boards at all. There's 2 shots here for Dominican. Misses the first shot.
So as a coach, sometimes it's good to just try out things. Down 11, there is 6 minutes left in the game. There isn't really much you're going to lose.
Yeah, definitely. You should probably maybe try bringing some fresh legs to push that pace and see what happens, because at this point it clearly hasn't been working. Got to try something. As he turns around for that shot, misses, and Brookhouse with the rebound. Long pass there. Ooh, not a bad pass, but unfortunately couldn't control it. Maybe not the best idea for Brookhouse at the moment to be making such risky passes. So yeah, Dominican moving the ball here.
Yeah. They're yet to find any rhythm to this game since the beginning of this quarter.
As it jacks up a 3 and misses again. but they get the offensive rebound. Not settling for the three, going inside. Awkward layup. Misses, but they get the offensive rebound. Miss again. And Brookhouse, and it's going to be a jump ball. Much better, though, from Dominican trying to get the ball inside. Screen and roll there. Great handles, gets around his defender. Takes the jump shot, but unfortunately misses. Again, and this is a foul on the rebound by number 27, who's now caught his 4th foul.
Yes, it looks like Dominican is settling for jump shots now. They need to run something that will get them closer to the ring.
Definitely, definitely. And this number 27, the only real presence they have inside, now on 4 fouls, is going to be forced to play more conservative defense, which really doesn't work for Dominican right now. As he's subbed off, predictably. Now Dominican going with a much smaller lineup. Let's see how they're going to fare with those 2 really big men in there from Brookhouse.
Yeah, this is when you want to press a little bit. You want to push and see if you can force some turnovers that will result in uncontested layups on the other side.
Yeah, definitely. Brookhouse come down with the ball again. Hit it to the corner. Outside in, but they get a hand on the ball there, but it'll still be Brookhouse's ball. Oh, big man trying to extend his range there. Misses, and they get the defensive rebound. Passes up the court. Deciding not to take anything there. Bringing the ball up, trying to reset. Doesn't look like there's anything there.
Dominican needs to get into it quickly, though, whatever it is they're planning.
Gets into the lane, but blocked. Again, great contest from the big man. Running up the floor now, number 6. Goes for that layup. Misses, but it looks like it hit the shot clock, so it'll be a turnover. Again, good idea trying to get into the lane, but if you're going to finish, you got to take a better shot than that, going over those big men.
Yes, with 4 minutes left on the clock, Brookhouse 27, Dominican 18.
Ball up top now with Dominican. Get it back to the side, but there's a foul. I think it'll be before it was before the shot, so it'll be Dominican's ball on the side. Better aggression now, trying to get to the rim at least instead of settling for jump shots, though. Even again, looks like this is and a foul. Yeah, well, they're getting good. They're getting fouled inside now, so this is what they're trying to get. It's looking a lot better, at least more aggression instead of just settling.
There's a timeout called by Brookhouse. So as they look to control and finish this game.
Yeah, I think the coach is going to talk to them about their fouling situation on the drives there. But a better job there by Dominican. The number 28 and 15, obviously the ones they're go-to men, looking to get to the rim now. But I mean, if you're going to just rely on 2 players, I don't know how they're going to close out this game at all.
And there's Brookhouse with that 3 that extended the lead. So I agree with you. Brookhouse will need to stop, fouling and especially going into the last 2 minutes of the game. So it's going to be stop starts depending on the score at that time. So you don't want to foul and stop the clock and put the other team on the line.
No, definitely. As we see here, the replay, Dominican just getting all over the offensive rebounds. 2 offensive rebounds there, and eventually they get a tap in there. But the ball movement's been pretty decent from Brookhouse because they know where they want to get the ball. They know the spots they want to get it. Dominican, on the other hand, look like they're not really sure where they want to play from. As we have number 28 here from Dominican with his 2 free throws. Misses the first. Dominican really struggling at the line today.
Well, they need to score these free throws if they're hoping to get back in the game.
Misses the second one. Brookhouse with the rebound. Yeah, no, the free throw is a big thing for them. If they make more, they'd really be this game would be a lot closer, but they've really struggled at the free throw line. Number 7 driving, kicking out. Big man again taking a 3, missing. Dominican getting the rebound. It's not a really good shot for that big man to be taking right now.
The Dominican struggling to convert.
Yeah, they're getting inside the lane, but I think it's they're struggling to convert over the big men there. Again, Dominican with the steal now, pushing the ball up the court. Passes it. Goes up for a short jump shot, misses, and Brookhouse with the rebound. Well done pushing the pace there, but I think that man should have just taken the layup. I'm not sure why he kicked out there.
Yeah, that kind of sums up the morning for Dominican. Struggling to get anything.
Definitely, as they go back inside, foul, and one back on the inside. I mean, it looks like Brookhouse are going to close out this game. I don't see how Dominican are going to be able to counter right now. As Brookhouse lead them 29-16 with only two and a bit minutes left in this game. As he makes that free throw.
Well, as it is, for the clock to stop in the last 2 minutes, you need to bring the game to within single digits. And right now, it doesn't look like Dominican is able to do that.
No, definitely not. Looks like Brookhouse is going to look to close out this game. Fouling there, maybe putting the pressure on a little bit too late. I think Brookhouse is going to inbound and... Ooh, great handles by the number 6, getting straight past the defense. Holding the ball now, maybe trying to run a bit of time off the clock. Just past sharing the ball. Obviously with no shot clock at the end, they can waste some time here. Oh, but they end up turning the ball over. Great drive. And a basket for Dominican there.
That is Dominican game, but as a coach, it goes back to what we spoke about. This is when you need to rest these players for your next game.
Yeah, definitely. The game's out of reach now. It's time to take some of these players off and move on to think about the next game maybe. Unfortunately, Dominican, I think, pressing here at the end of it very far too late. As Brookhouse get in, miss, but again, offensive rebound, miss, and it'll be a turnover. But yeah, I think Dominican try to turn it on a bit too late here. I think they decided to press when the game is already out of reach.
Yeah, it is a little bit too late.
Yeah, definitely. Brookhouse coming down the court looking to score, but look, they'll get an offensive foul there. The clock not stopping because of the score line. As they turn the ball over and foul. On this foul, the side ball, and Brookhouse will just let the shooting 2 free throws because they're in team fouls, and the clock's going to run out here. With Brookhouse coming out, winning this game with 2 free throws left there after the clock has stopped. Misses the first one. And makes the second one. So Brookhouse come out victorious in this game, 31-18. As in Pool A now, Brookhouse looking hopefully to clinch that 3rd or 4th spot. Dominican not looking too good in their group at the moment.
Yeah, I agree, Coach. It's been great, commenting this game with you. All right, good luck in your next match.
Yeah, you too. Good luck.
And there you have it, folks, as we've come to the end of this game between Brookhouse and Dominican with Brook. Oh.
have the live stats?
No, the live stat we don't have. I'm not sure.
If you can stream from the
Okay.
what game number is this? Game number.
Yeah, that's should be game number 5.
Ayiwa, pa program.
Oh, 76.
76.
I think it's 76, yeah. But we're not broadcasting this link enough, eh?
Need to put it on Facebook. Keep putting it there.
All right. How you doing?
Afternoon, everybody. This is the game between St. Albans. No, nothing. Afternoon, everybody. This is a game between St. Albans and St. David's.
St. David's live from Wembley Stadium in Johannesburg. This is the game number 76.
It is.
The 11th edition of the St. John's basketball tournament.
Yeah, and what a matchup this one should be. St. David's, traditionally a stronger team, and we're hoping to see something interesting here.
Well, look, I mean, looking at the form that St. Albans has shown in the last couple of days, they did come ready and prepared for this tournament. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually put up quite a fight. There we go.
Actually, this team played in the Boys Basketball League a couple of weeks ago,
Yes.
and I made a mistake just now. In fact, St. Albans is actually the traditionally stronger team.
Oh, right, okay. Well, look, I mean, it doesn't have to be that way. I'm sure in natural tournament culture, you know, you'd never really expect anyone to just be the natural favorite. I mean, we've seen some very strong performances from traditionally considered underdogs in this tournament. It's actually produced a couple of gems in terms of individuals as well as tactical play and strategy. So I'm excited for this one. I think we just might be able, and around this time at Wembley, you usually get those games that make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I see an early timeout called, and that speaks to the pressure and the importance of this game and this group. It could be one that is a decider for a first or second position.
Oh, yeah.
So we will see a lot of pressure coming from the coaches on the bench.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we're heading to the quarterfinal stage now. It's the business end of the tournament. Oh, is it not? Are we not yet there? I thought we were there. I thought tomorrow's the quarterfinal stage. Are we not there yet?
It's a 32-team competition, and it's only day 2. So we're possibly looking at a round of 16 later in the day. But here we go. Possession going to St. David's.
Yep.
Let's have a look at what they've got planned. Strong rebound taken there by St. Albans. Interesting that many of the teams are choosing to play a zone defense at this tournament.
Yeah, well, considering if you look at the coaching styles and the type of coaches that we have here, I'm not too surprised. I saw with the Soweto Academy, they chose the man-to-man defense, and it seemed to work out well for them. Unfortunately, they didn't lose, but it seemed to really do well. Let's see how the zone works for these guys.
Yeah, obviously they're looking to their stronger big players to make some big play moves for them. Both teams generally play like that. So it will be interesting to see how effective that particular plan is for each coach.
Oh, definitely. I mean, St. David's will be looking to number 13. They're big in Forza to actually definitely make some of those big plays, as he's been doing in the tournament so far and during the BBL. So let's see how that goes. Odd White. Oh. Very tough in there, isn't it?
It is. If you look at them man-to-man for size, certainly you can see that St. Albans has much bigger, stronger, more physical guys. And so St. David's are going to have to play an incredibly physical game to match up to that. So it would, I wonder if the St. Albans coach, Victor Fordov, will be looking for a play that requires plenty of strength driving through the key.
I think that's definitely how he's going to go. I remember watching this exact team play at St. John's, if I'm correct, and they seem to utilize that strategy a lot. So yeah, we should expect that, definitely.
Good play there by number 18, sitting right in the paint. Easy to draw a foul there, and he goes to the line to take 2 shots.
First one is good.
We're starting to see really great shooting technique at the line, particularly from obviously the stronger teams. You can see that a lot of time is being taken during practice sessions to perfect the technique, and it's good to know that teams are starting to take advantage of those free shots.
Yeah, well, true, because if you notice, at this level, you do get a lot of fouling, and people generally go to the line a lot in these games. So I guess the free throws are definitely becoming a big fixture. Great shot at the top of the key there by number 9 from St. Albans. St. David, sorry. It's 4 up now. Looking like the game's heating up a little bit. I think obviously St. David's has been the first team to settle. They've settled really well.
Well, if you're looking at it, I mean, St. Albans are up 4-2. Still very close. I mean, on 3 minutes left in the game. So this is a very, very low-scoring game. And that might speak to the quality of the defense of both teams. But another 2 points added up to St. David's, and we now have a close game. It's 4 up with only 3 minutes to go in the first quarter.
I've been looking at the scoring the whole tournament, and would love to see a lot more scoring for some of these teams. Hopefully in this game we can definitely get a couple of guys in there, a couple of 3 more points coming in. This is what we're looking at, the type of games that we want to see.
You would definitely will. I'm looking at number 16 from St. David's to give some inspiration to that squad. A very special player indeed, very high basketball IQ, so he should assist there. Great transition play by St. Albans.
I'll definitely agree with you. Number 16 from St. David's has definitely been a key player. St. Albans, sorry, has been a very key player in the tournament and did a great job before.
They continue to play in that zone, playing a 3-2 defense that St. David's is playing. Foul committed there by number 5 from St. David's, a push.
Coach is absolutely screaming on the touchline, trying to get those instructions into the players. Very, very important that these players absorb these instructions when these player breaks come around and they get set up properly for the next play.
Well, Kamu, it's been said that there are some spectators who come here just for the coaches.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's so many characters.
Jump shot missed there by St. Albans. St. David's get a chance to go on a transition play. Immediate loss.
Another turnover. If you've noticed, that's been another area of concern, I feel, for a lot of the coaches. There's so many turnovers in these games. Trying to keep all the possessions seems to be quite an issue when it comes to these teams.
I think it speaks to the pressure that these kids are under. You've got coaches shouting from the sideline and internal pressure, cameras everywhere. It's also the first quarter. It takes a little bit of time to settle. So I'm sure we'll see a little bit less of those as we go along.
Yeah, I agree. I feel going into the second and third quarter, looking at the quality of basketball we've had so far, just in the opening, let's say 7 minutes or so, I feel once they've settled and go really into it, we should be able to see quite a clean and fluid game from these teams.
Well, the score is 7-4 to St. Albans at the moment, so it's still very much anyone's game in this first quarter. As St. David's try and run a quick transition play.
And there's that inspiration you were talking about coming from number 16. There goes the buzzer. We're going for our first break.
So, Kamo, what are the highlights for you this first quarter?
Well, definitely looking at the plays coming up from St. David's, definitely more inspiration coming from number 16. Most of the plays seems to be coming out from him. A lot of intense defense. I think that's what the basis is going to be for both teams. No one's looking to get any easy baskets here. Not going to be a high-scoring one. Definitely going to be down to the wire.
Slow start for both teams. I mean, 7-4. You'd expect it a little bit higher, but as I say, I would expect Victor to try and pick up the tempo. Elvis turns to play a whole lot more measured game, and he will try and get St. Albans to bring it to him, I think, and force them to make an error.
Definitely, that looks to be the situation so far. If you look at St. Albans, they're setting up in such a way that they're not going to allow St. David's to play their normal game, not going to allow their normal influences to get into the game. They're going to be tight on defense, and the second quarter is actually, I think personally, is going to spell a lot in terms of the outcome of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's, these are teams that play each other regularly in the boys basketball league. So these are not strangers at all. And they all know who the stars are. They'll be, if we're looking at St. Albans, 23 and 21 really should start stepping up.
Yeah.
And they will certainly be the creators for the team. If we're looking at St. David's and number 16, we've already mentioned, number 5 will be key. And of course, number 8, who stands at the top of the key, I think he's a shooting guard for them. So, those are interesting matchups, and it's going to be about those boys and how they come to the party.
Certainly goes. Number 16 puts in another big board, massive board. And this is going to be very key in order for St. Albans to keep close and to actually stretch or go further than where they are right now.
Yeah, so St. David's with an opportunity to attack. Let's see what they can bring from that.
Moving the ball into number 5. Obviously, they're going to try and go down low. Not a lot of options St. Albans is giving them. Not a lot of options there. Defense is working hard.
Absolutely, closing out that paint.
Yep.
And St. David's forced to try and shoot from outside.
Making it absolutely difficult, yeah.
Good shot.
Must say I'm very impressed so far in terms of how both teams have been very astute in terms of how they're setting up their defense. No one giving anybody a chance. Attacking seemingly to being the most difficult thing right now. Whoa.
Beautiful. Beautiful three-point shot from number 6 from St. David's. We mentioned him earlier, and he's going to be very, very important to the St. David's team. And it's great to see some perimeter shooting.
Yes, definitely. Which is one major feature that we'd love to see more in the tournament.
Absolutely. The game continues to evolve. And in fact, some would say that perimeter shooters are hard to come by. But you will find that the teams that make it on through to the quarterfinals, semifinals will have a good balance between shooting in the paint. And, of course, perimeter shooting is the only way you can win a game.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that notion. If you notice, if you look at the senior game now, most of your perimeter shooters are the guys who get you the big victory. So if that can extend down to the junior game, that'd be perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, wonderful shot coming from Simba from St. David's, and he is fouled and he goes to the line. An opportunity for him to take 2 shots and tie this game.
Simba proving to be an absolute beast in the paint. One of your standout players, one of your standout big man players right now. And he has quite a pretty decent shot from the free throw line.
No, he misses the first one. A lot more pressure now.
Yeah, plenty of pressure now. Second shot off as well. Big rebound, number 16 from St. Albans, also putting in the work down low. Very important these 2 players are going to be.
Quick transition by St. Albans, unsuccessful. They try to take a 3-point shot. They try and extend that lead, and back it goes into the hands of St. David's.
And once again, similar situations. I love the way that you picked up the pressure so quickly. Everything that we can see here is all about pressure. Big 3, massive 3 out on the right-hand corner. Perimeter shooting, like you said, is going to be a massive factor in this game. St. Albans stretching it 5 points ahead.
How will St. David's respond? You know, they also try and attempt some perimeter shooting. Unsuccessful at that attempt.
I'm not sure that was the greatest choice of shooter, though. Yeah, I think the down low option for Simba is the best one. This will probably be a great chance for one of these teams to actually take control of the game and start setting the pace for some sort of domination.
Yeah, they seem to be struggling to get a rhythm, but you know, every game is different, and if you've played each other so many times, it does bring some difficulty. You can't get, you know, any smooth running going, and you know, really good transitions. So you know, as we get a timeout called by Victor, as he tries to talk to his charges and then try and give them some new information to see how they could possibly continue to impress on this game, whilst we see Elvis there having a chat with his team. You know, he doesn't want this to run away from him.
Definitely. I mean, if you look at Victor's prowess, I mean, he's a former Suns coach, definitely one of the top coaches in the league. So you would definitely look at him coming in with a great strategy for his team that would be able to take him forward. This would be a great task for him to actually put as much pressure as he can onto St. David's and try and stretch it out.
Absolutely. You know, key moments are important in basketball, and you know, it would be interesting to see what St. David's has in store now. You know, they really can't afford to let Victor's team get ahead. This is a team that once they put a foot on the pedal, it'll be difficult to catch them. Very difficult to catch them, and once they get a momentum going, it really is difficult. So, you know, what is Elvis's approach to this game?
Well, look, I think coming into the game, Elvis's approach definitely was going to be big on defense, make sure that he keeps it very, very tight all the way until the end. If you've noticed the last 3 or 4 games that I've possibly watched, and you've watched as well, Goza, you'll see that Elvis likes to keep it tight all the way down to the wire and tries to catch you in the 4th quarter. But it's going to be a bit tough for the St. Albans side with this type of perimeter shooting as well as their conversion rate down low.
Absolutely. Number 23 and 21 working closely together for St. Albans, looking to put some pressure on the zone defense. Good rebound by number 16 from St. David's.
Very useful player, number 16 seemingly to be. Always in the right place at the right time. He's kind of that Steve Kerr-esque type player who can just pop up anywhere, get a rebound, and pop up somewhere else and put up a 3.
Well, St. David's seemingly getting a little closer. Big 3, 12-9 now to St. Albans. St. Albans get an opportunity to try and run their perimeter shooting again. Unlucky.
Big rebound. 2 points again. Well, look, I mean, like we said, this is going to be very, very interesting. Looking at the way that people are working in the paint right now, there's a lot of space for our big men to work, which should be a worry for both coaches defensively.
Absolutely.
Substitution comes in from Victor. 14 and 21 off. Would you say that had much of an impact?
Absolutely. but you've got to give your key players a rest and an opportunity to get some water. Half-time coming, only 2 minutes left, and it is running time. If you can give them a little bit of rest before they have to start again in the second half, that would be a good idea. Victor's 14-9 up, and he can afford to do that at this stage.
It's funny, I refer to, I think Phil Jackson's favorite statement, which is minutes are everything, and if you actually interpret that correctly, you'll understand that being on the court at the right time for the right amount of minutes should be able to give the team the actual result that they need.
Absolutely. I mean, and Victor, as we all know, is a very experienced coach, and he'll be good at rotating his bench.
He definitely will. I feel a lot of the more experienced coaches are seemingly getting the most out of the players at this tournament. If you notice, a lot of the kids who come out and play here, it's not really about a mass amount of skill. It's about their love and passion and the great way they're approaching the game. But I love what the coaches are doing with them. It's absolutely superb. A minute 19 on the clock, 14-9 is the score. Coming very, very close to that third quarter, that deadly third quarter. I don't know if Elvis' strategy is still going to work going in. I don't know if Victor's got the one up on him, but the timeout has been called, I think. They've just called a timeout, haven't they?
They have indeed.
Yeah.
Interesting time to call the timeout. With only a minute left on the clock, it will be, what is Coach Elvis trying to do before he goes into the third quarter?
Well, I mean, looking at the situation, he's 5 points down. He has a slight issue with defense. Probably needs to get that sorted out. He needs to get his message across to the five that's on the court that defense is of the essence. And every point that they can put up, whether it's on the board or it's out on the perimeter, has to go in.
Absolutely. Great highlights we see there. Shooting in the paint.
We've seen a lot of this kind of shooting in the last, let's say, 3-4 minutes, and that's really lifted up the tempo as well as increased the confidence amongst all the players on the court. Everyone's kind of ready to give it a real go.
St. David's come back from that timeout with possession, obviously looking to take advantage of that timeout.
Victor setting up his defense. I mean, obviously he's had a look at the watch. It's minute 20 out. He's going to try and keep it as tight as possible and go into the break with a decent lead.
Absolutely. Unfortunate turnover there. Sub called by St. Albans.
Interesting substitution. Number 23 has been an impact player in a couple of the last games I've seen him play. One guy to definitely look out for. Perimeter shooting again. Going to be very, very massive here. Rebounds have to be gotten by St. David's if they're going to keep going towards the perimeter.
Basic boxing out. The simple skills, the things that we try and tell our children every single day.
Yeah.
The shot goes up, box out. Great effort there by number 1 from St. Albans.
Far called. This is a perfect opportunity to get them 2 points ahead with 20 seconds just to go to halftime. So these are going to be very, very crucial throws here.
Wilbert, a great player for St. Albans. Key to Victor's team at Kersney last year. Unfortunately, he misses both, but he will be very important as we get into the second half.
He actually managed to get the one in there, the first one. Yeah, first one dropped. But definitely, he does look like the type of guy who can actually turn up the style when he needs to.
As we go into halftime, let's have a chat. What do you think are your favorite moments, and would you see? Which way do you
Well, we're back again for the second half of this very, very interesting fixture so far. We have St. David's and St. Albans, and probably fixture number 76 out of a total of, I can't remember actually, I need to remind myself. But yeah, we have St. Albans up by 6 points going into the third quarter. Very powerful opening 2 quarters from them, and they seem to be going to the same stead.
Great start by St. David's, drawing a foul and going to the line immediately.
That one is good. Like we said earlier, very important these free throws are going to be here for this game. Looks like it's going to be tightly contested and it's going to go down to the wire. Big board by number 25 from St. Albans. Gives them an opportunity to attack themselves.
St. David's trying to stop the point guard there.
Desperately.
Unfortunately, foul called on number 14.
These fouls are going to start adding up. It's time for the coach to start talking to the boys, get them more settled, and make the right plays.
Zone defense continues to be the order of the day for St. David's. So obviously sticking to the plan, not much changing.
Well, I don't know. How do you feel about that, considering it didn't really work well in the first 2 opening quarters?
Well, you know, Elvis likes to play this kind of defense. His players, to be honest, as I said, if you look at the difference between St. Albans and St. David's, physically you can see that St. David's is probably not as conditioned as St. Albans. So he would have to consider that when trying to decide what defense he wants to play.
Well, look, definitely. But, I mean, this is a tournament atmosphere, and I've noticed, like I said before, the one-on-one approach seems to be working very well. A lot of players under pressure from the onset, so if you up that pressure, you definitely got the chances of creating more turnovers.
Look, I expect this game to actually go down to the wire. Very low scoring, as we said.
Yeah.
15-10 the third quarter, and we've already had almost 4 minutes played. So you've got to wonder what the plan is and the pressure. And just as I was saying,
just as you saying it, 2 points come flying in from St. David's, making it a 3-point game.
And as you can see, St. David's does decide to change their defense, going into a press, looking to play a squeeze game, trying to put pressure on the ball.
100%.
Testing those ball handling skills.
Which is very important. I feel at this stage of the game, you'd want to find yourself in a position where you're within touching distance, if not at par or ahead. So it's going to be very important that change in defense, let's see how that's going to affect the outcome.
2 free throws to number 32 from St. Albans, and he makes one, further extending the St. Albans lead.
Yeah. Number 32 seems to be quite astute when it comes to the free throws. This should be a 2-pointer here, so I'm hoping that they can make it work. There you go. Victor knows the importance of free throws. If you hear him regularly on the line, he will shout to his shooters and say, "You are a shooter, you should be able to score a free throw."
You know, free throws really do make the difference in a game, and especially at this level, many BBL games that we watch week in, week out, and teams are unsuccessful because of their inability to convert on the line.
Definitely. And I think as they grow, they actually realize the importance of having that knack to score, whether you are under pressure or just generally at the line. 3-point attempt there. Big rebound coming in from St. Albans. Pushing the ball really quickly. I seem to have having a few issues now and again. Sometimes when the ref calls a foul, I've seen it travel. I don't know. Are you having those moments in this tournament?
Well, you know, it's interesting that you start to bring out to talk about the officiating, and it's something that as coaches we are talking about all the time, the standard. Yeah. But you know, let's remember that you know many of these calls are 50-50, and you see one thing and an official sees another
thing. Definitely.
But it would be interesting to hear your comment on the level and the standard of officiating at the tournament.
Oh, well, look, I mean, I think it's been A-class. A lot of these officials have vast experience, which doesn't necessarily guarantee you a lot these days, but I must be definitely honest. Very few coaches, very few players have had issues in terms of the quality of officiating, and I think that's going to go a long way in terms of having a successful tournament.
Absolutely. You know, I think one of the great things about this tournament is the variety of referees that are brought in. You know, referees coming from all over Africa.
Yeah.
And if I look at the two that are on the court right now, Joyce Muchenu from Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Yes, and Tony Gravitas, who is a very experienced referee here in South Africa. You know, this game is in good hands.
It's in fantastic hands. The last 3 games I've watched these two officiate, they've done really well.
Foul called on the big man from St. David's with only a minute and 50 seconds left to play. St. Albans continue to be brought to the line by St. David's. I would say that St. David's is feeling a little bit of pressure inside the paint.
Most definitely, and if you notice in the last minute or so, Victor has made the call for boys to start working in the paint. Number 32, very effective in the paint. One of those players you need when you make that call.
He misses that free throw.
5-point game as St. David's brings up the ball.
St. David's trying to get a good motion movement going in.
Number 9 again. Oh, number
great
9
shot.
Doing absolute damage. 2-point there. He's actually been brought, I think he's been brought in to start getting in some of those 2-point shots in. Couple of jumpers inside.
We see the defense being changed again.
Oh, yes.
St. David's opting to try and squeeze and put pressure in the first half of the court and then settling into a defensive zone. They're only 3 points down. They've got to change what they're doing. And good call by Coach Bembe, who's now standing there and looking after St. David's for a few minutes.
My only issue is every time they want to go for the press, they seem to be conceding a foul. So now they need to find a way to be very safe and play it very safe as they go in on the defense.
Yeah, St. Albans should really be taking advantage of all these free throws that they're getting on the line. So I wouldn't change anything. Obviously continue to work in the paint, and it's up to St. David's to figure out how they're going to stop conceding so many fouls, because you also need your boys to stay in the game. It is the third quarter. You can't afford to be in foul trouble.
Most definitely. And the game is very sensitive. Oh, through the back again. Number 32 in the paint as usual.
Excellent blindside play there. A good job by St. Albans as they take a break and go into the fourth quarter with a 6-point lead.
Oh, yes. I must admit, guys, out of most of the fixtures that we've watched throughout the day at Wembley, this seems to be one of the more flawless ones, if I can call it that.
Well, you know, if you look at the different fixtures that are being played, you know, I've had an opportunity to go across to Mandeville. There's some great basketball being played, you know, and I would have to say, you know, I'm happy with what I see at the different venues. High standard of play all around.
I'm very excited to see some of the talent come to Wembley. I wouldn't say we've been starved of it. It's always great to come out to Wembley and see a new group of boys. Yesterday's group did fantastically. Today's group did fantastically. And all I'm expecting now is more fireworks throughout the tournament.
As we go into the fourth quarter, St. Albans looking to maintain that 6-point lead, possibly go a little bit further. So I'm actually interested to see what tactics we see coming in the fourth quarter. St. Albans need to extend their lead to be comfortable. There's also a whole thing about positions in this group. As you know, only 4 teams will go through to the top 16 from each group.
Yep. Look, definitely, but it goes back to what I said in the first quarter. We know exactly which way Elvis is going to go. He's now going into his favorite quarter. That's the fourth. He's got the point margin that he was looking for, the 6 points. Slightly over. He's usually a 4 or 5 point type guy, but now he's got the 6 points. So let's see what happens. He's probably going to roll the dice and give it all he's got. He's been resting his main players, so I'm expecting a couple of changes really soon.
Look, at a tournament, I don't know that one would want to be up by 6 points and be comfortable with that.
No, actually behind by 6 points.
Oh.
It's his strategy.
Nice drive by number 21 going into the paint for St. Albans. Unfortunately, a turnover there, and St. David's getting a chance to bring the ball down the court and run a few plays. Let's see what happens here as they try to get the ball moving.
This is the crucial moment. If you look at number 16's moving, you will realize what they're going to be going for. They're going for the perimeter shots, and that's what the business is right now. Defense going in hard from St. Albans. Oh. They have to find a way of monitoring and trying to stop conceding all these fouls. This is not the time to be conceding fouls. As you know, as they become accumulated, they're going to end up having to shoot every time.
There's still also a really lot of time left on the clock. You know, we've got 6 minutes, lots of time to play. They need to keep their best players on the floor.
Most definitely. I'm in total agreement with you on that. And here comes that perimeter shooting I was talking about. Simple strategy, and I'm sure Victor's noticed that. So he's going back down low. Oh, maybe his players decided to go to the perimeter instead.
Well, you know what I can do, you can do too. Interesting approach by both coaches.
I love the fact that number 16 decided to go for the more sure option. If you've noticed amongst our kids in the BBL, you will concede a lot of fouls, especially if you go inside. You have to go in the paint.
Missed opportunity there.
Very important that he converts this next one. I must say he was the game winner in their thrilling encounter with St. Peter's earlier that went to overtime.
Oh, well, you know, St. David's, as we always say, loves to play the big teams. You know, they really show their best when they're playing the big team. So they're up to the challenge. I mean, don't even think they're not.
Definitely.
You know, as I said earlier, they've played together often. So these teams know each other very, very well. So it's a very, very measured approach, but certainly both teams will be looking for a W here.
It's crazy, goes an absolutely unforgivable defensive mistake. Just cost St. David's 2 points. As you were talking about them being up for the challenge, it's very important that they keep their heads at this point. Big rebound from Simba.
Big man bringing the ball down.
Ooh. Taking the game by the scruff of the neck, eh?
Timeout called there.
Very important for the coaches right now that these timeouts make a lot of sense in terms of the information transferred to the players. They're looking at the clock. Coaches are looking at the clock. We're looking at the clock. I know you'd like to say, oh, there's still a lot of time. No, not at all. Tournament basketball, highly intensive. Somebody has to get results almost on a secondly basis.
You know, it's interesting. You talk about the timing of timeouts, and very often we will watch, you know, as spectators and ask, why now? What's happening? Why would you choose to do that? But you know, you look at St. David's; they are 7 points down. You know, they need something. They need some inspiration to come from the coach and their players. And St. Albans either have to maintain this lead or extend it. What would you do if you're a victor at this stage? You're up by 7. You've got 4 minutes or almost 5 minutes still to play. It's running time, remember. What would you do?
Because it's absolutely simple. There's nothing else you need to do in this situation. You're 7 points ahead. That's a good territory to be in right now. You're going to tighten up that defense, and you're going to make sure every time you take the ball up, it's got to count.
Let's see if they do that.
Oh,
Possession goes to St. Albans as they set up their offensive play.
Players wide open. Big fake. I love the way Victor sets up his guys, because he gets them to understand the most important thing, which is do not overcommit in any situation. So they're not trying to do too hard or do anything too hard. They're just trying to play the game the way they've been taught it. Absolutely beautiful.
23 on the line there. Draws too far.
Absolutely, and this is probably the type of thing they've been told in the last time out. Keep on drawing those fouls. They want to be going to the line. They know the type of damage they can do on the line. Fortunately for them this time, didn't manage to bank. Number 16 really has to step it up for St. David's. As we say that, almost another turnover. Starting to feel a little bit of tension.
I would say it's pressure. You know, the boys can see the clock. They know that they have to find something in their tank. As number 23 from St.
Off on a fast break.
Foul called again by Tony, and he gets to go to the line.
And that's going to be Victor's elixir. He wants the line. He wants nothing else but the line. Doesn't want to get his players too tired. Just wants to keep them on the line and keep that scoreboard ticking over. Boom. Number 23, solid. Always consistent at the line. Very important player at this stage. It's like the game plan revolves around him so far.
Well, you know, you've got to have a combination of players that can deliver what is required for the team. And we see big subs being made by St. David's. 4 out. What a change. Clearly, they've, you know, Elvis thinking that he can bring in something new, something fresh. Let's have a look to see if something different can happen. We're 9 points down.
Well, Goza, I said it, but I didn't say it. It's panic mode. Victor's got the one up on him. He's only got almost 2 minutes left in this game to actually make a huge impression. He needs some big threes. What is going to happen here?
With 2 minutes left, you know, 9 points down. Why not? Change your bench and give other kids a run.
And
Do you think he's given up?
Nope, he's definitely not giving up. I think his game plan is just slightly gone wayward. But who knows? Things can happen in this beautiful game of basketball.
Absolutely, but big changes being made by St. Albans as well.
Yes.
Victor also deciding to rest his starters, you know, so it could be that both teams have decided that it could be a game of their second 5 players and see who can change the game.
Well, 100%. If you notice, with Victor allowing number 16 back on the court, that's a massive counter for that change of 5. So anything that happens from now is all about impact.
With 1:55 left, you know, St. Albans will be looking to either continue going to the line.
And that's what they were doing, Goza.
But definitely trying to maintain possession. There's no need to do anything silly here.
Nope. No need to rush any play. Just keep possession of the ball. Be mindful of the clock. And that's the most important thing. And guess what St. David's will do? They'll keep on fouling you. And that's what we say. People are running out of ideas now on the court.
Well, I don't think so. You know, big gamble by the St. David's player. Obviously, the idea is he's trying to keep them in the game. But obviously, not very well thought out plan. You know, well, maybe. I mean, number 14 has just missed a free throw.
So there's still hope. Oh.
He misses both.
Now, this is the chance for St. David's coming up. 30 seconds left in the game. Not much in it at all, really. With that type of shooting, we're not going to get much. Oh. They're going to really have to work their socks off to come back in this one. Foul called. St. David's goes to the line. Is that the greatest thing for them right now? I don't know. 1:17 left in the game. Do you think that they can be able to chuck something back?
Oh, well, it is stop-start. So they can, and I don't think we should count St. David's out. They're definitely in this game,
Okay.
and as I would tell any of my own players, we keep playing until that whistle blows. So really, there's St. David's, and he gets a shot. Number 7 gets the shot, and one of two.
Well, look, Goza, I don't want to be that guy, but I have to be that guy. It's a minute on the clock. Can they make up the gap? They're playing a really good defensive game. Balls goes out to the perimeter again. Can they get the big shots that they need? Are their players going to be moving in the right spaces? They're going for the fouls.
Good idea there by Elvis. St. Albans need to keep their heads.
Very important that number 16 on the court right now. Oh, well, we just went off the court, unfortunately. 18 is coming on the court. We need a leader on the court for St. Albans right now just to see them through the rest of the game. Oh, unfortunate miss. This is what I'm talking about, Goza. If you're going to go to the line in this type of situation, you have to sink them all.
Conversion, a real big thing here in the game, and it's something that we all need to teach our players. Technique is absolutely everything, but hey, one of two coming off that foul, 50% is not bad.
Not bad at all. 7-point game with 59.5 seconds left in the game. Now it's going to be tight. The press is going to be run, and it's working. Oh, we got a travel call. St. Albans ball again. Now this is where we're going to see the prowess in Coach Victor's tactics.
St. Albans will obviously just be looking to keep possession of the ball. No rush needed. He'll be trying to keep his team calm, asking them to move the ball. You can see Victor gesturing and trying to get his team's attention. He doesn't want anything to go wrong here.
He wants to run down that clock, Loza. That clock needs to be run down. If you give the St. David's chance, just a sniff of an opportunity to come back, you know they can hurt you.
Great attempt there taken by St. David's.
Oh,
great
foul called, and that's going to make it pretty difficult now. I mean, we're looking at the clock, 17 seconds down. Elvis versus Victor. What do you say?
I say number 18 versus himself. All he has to do is sink these tee shots, and he makes the first one. He gives his team an opportunity to pull away even further. 8 points ahead by St.
Fantastic.
Albans.
And call it 9. Yeah. Timeout called by St. David's. Obviously factoring in the 8 points that they're down with 17 seconds to go. It's been a game of wit.
Well, this is an interesting time to call a timeout. I mean, yeah, I guess one coach would. He's got to be thinking 9-point play, and you've got 17 seconds. But like I said to you earlier, this is stop-start. So if St. Albans lose their heads, St. David's are back.
Goza, I love your optimism, but at this stage, it's sounding ludicrous. We've got 17 seconds, stop-start, and you're looking for a 9-point play. St. Albans has got the momentum, and it doesn't look like it's stopping. But hey, stranger things have happened.
This is high school basketball. I've seen many a game shift with 10 seconds left. All you had to do was to be at the St. Stithians tournament last week. We saw close games switch entirely. Watch the space, I tell you. It might not be this game, but certainly as we go on in the tournament, 10 seconds can be stretched to a minute.
Definitely. I mean, I love the fact that you're talking about the games after this one, considering you've seen the result already. But most definitely, 17 seconds left. Stop-start. What do you do as a coach right now? Let's see what they've got on the table, St. David's. St. David's with the ball, working the lane. They pick up a foul too.
2 shots called by Tony.
Oh, definitely.
What did I tell you?
I was about to say it. Good call, Bangoza, up here in the commentary box. Looks like we're going to the wire with this one. Oh, very important to sink these. Very important. I look at a player's face. I look at the way he's putting the ball up. It's got to match up.
Chasing Swan. Pressure on the
26-18.
ball, making it difficult for Victor's boys to inbound that ball.
Ooh. 14.4 seconds on the ball. It's absolutely manic on the court right now. St. Albans just trying to run this clock down. Oh, not even a swat, a slap of a block.
Big block coming from St. David's, but a little too late, shall we say. Full-time score, 26-18. Victor and his Chargers take it. St. David's slightly disappointed, but
Yeah.
a good interesting one. So I don't know if you know this, but St. Peter's now being coached by Coach Flosh.
Coach
and he's
Flosh,
actually-
flanked by Miguel. Yeah.
That's right. And Igoli Magic now taking care of the program at St. Peter's. And we expect to see big things coming from St. Peter's in the next few years.
I'll be very honest with you. Two guys to look out for at St. Peter's, or in the St. Peter's side right now. On the ball, number 11, very dangerous on the drive. Number 23, very big point player. I think it's going to be an interesting one. Two different styles of play. It's all the same thing. It's basketball, but it's from an end whereby you're looking at the Portuguese style meets the Mzansi style.
Well, 2 early points there for St. Peter's. Nice start for them. That'll help get the jitters out, relax them a little bit.
Definitely hoping that whichever team wants to dominate this game will take a lesson from our previous fixture. It's very important to score big and score early. Get the points in early, set up the defense well, set up the offense well, and that's going to put you on course for a great victory.
Of course, and St. Peter's also playing like the previous two teams, starting with an early zone. Nice transition going for St. Peter's. Let's see if they can actually take an advantage going forward.
Well, look, definitely with the addition of Coach Flosh and just generally the Magic taking over the program at St. Peter's, it's going to be very important that they keep everything tight. Coach Flosh does not take any mistakes. Ball up at the top, sub just coming in. A very interesting one for that matter. The more reliable scorer, I would say, number 11, going out. Ball going wide to number 12. Basic basketball rules being an issue here, and I think it's just the pressure that you've been talking about, Goza, and you consistently talk about pressure, and I'm starting to see it now.
Well, you know, the first few minutes are always difficult for any team. You know, whether you're at college level or professional level, you know, these boys need to settle down and try and find their rhythm, trying to understand how the other team is playing. So we should expect to see errors, and I mentioned that in the previous game. However, like I said before, the better teams are the ones who figure it out early. And in this case, it seems to be St. Peter's as they put down another 2 and take a 4-0 lead.
Look, main players being the main focus here. Number 23, as we mentioned, going to be a very big factor in this game if it's going to swing St. Peter's way. Just put 2 points down, and we're looking at a 4-0 lead for St. Peter's as TCE takes the ball up on offense.
You know, it's lovely to see Trichard here. You know, I haven't seen them play before. So it's quite interesting for me to look at the style. And it looks like they play good, solid, basic basketball. Nothing fancy at all. Moving the ball around. Blindside takes the shot up. You know, great way to see basketball being played.
Fantastic Congos, as you see number 6 dropping the easy 2. But if you look at how that easy 2 came about, it wasn't that easy. As an immediate response, as you'd expect, comes from St. Peter's. But this is the type of game that we come out here to watch. This looks like the game that's going to take us into the evening.
You know, with so many games to go, you know, day 2 is a particularly difficult day at the tournament. Most teams will be playing up to 4 games, or they'll be playing 3. And coaches now having to think about how they rotate their bench. And this tournament in particular is unique in that it allows a team to bring in 15 players. And that's just to make sure that we have the right quality of play and the high standard of play once we get to the final. So here, when we're looking at Trichard and St. Peter's, we will actually see that coaches will look at the level of play and decide who should be inside. Should be they using their big starters, or should they give their bench some game time?
Very valuable input right there, Goza. I think it's important that these teams and the people at home watching understand that it's important to rotate the team, get the right players to come in at the right time for the right games, and that's going to give you some sort of consistency going throughout the tournament, because you want to go forward, right? You don't want to go backwards, you want to go forward.
Absolutely. Early fouls here by Trichard, number 23, big player for St. Peter's. He's in grade 12, so last year of playing of this tournament, and as I said, you know, he sinks 1 shot off the 2.
Yep, and I mean, there's nothing else that you want in this type of a game. You want to have your big game players doing the best thing that they can, which is to sink free throws when they get to the free throw line, as well as convert as soon as they drive into the lane.
Absolutely.
But once again, TSCE back on the attack with that solid base of basketball. A little bit of a ball handling error here and there, but they actually have a solid foundation of how the ball comes out to number 6.
Perimeter
Big
shot.
rebound.
Perimeter shot, and of course he misses that. But we want kids to attempt. We want them to try as many shots. And of course they, Trichard punished again by number 23 from St. Peter's.
Well, look, I mean, Floss, from his history, if you know, Coach Floss has coached at the highest level. So he's had national team players, he's had varsity players, he's had college players, and now he's got high school players. The type of energy that he has and the way that he's going to set his team up is definitely going to be based on at least 1 or 2 really strong players who are going to come in. And if you notice, as number 11 went out, number 23 took over. And as soon as number 23 goes out, number 11 will definitely come in and actually put up some points as well for St. Peter's.
Good points you make there as Trichard steps to the line. Again, early fouls being drawn by both teams.
Yeah, sign of pressure like you said, Goza. Very important again. Trichard sinks the first one. Number 10 for Trichard. I think they have a key player by the name of Jay Rosa. Jay Rosa has been doing a little bit of damage around the tournament. It's great to see him now live at Wembley.
Well, this is the great thing about bringing other teams to come in and play on day 2. You get to see what's happening on the other courts, and it's great to see that number 10 really putting some pressure on St. Peter's, and St. Peter's unable to convert with that possession.
Yeah, which is what is going to be probably the mainstay and the key to this. I mean, I've not seen Papa Cho coach. We're new to Papa Cho's style, sorry. And I think it's going to be interesting when he puts his mind against the likes of Floss and Miguel. Ooh. Taking the ball all the way in the paint, is going to be a very, very important part of this game. If you notice now, this is the strategy that Papa Cho decided to go through. He wanted to go outside in the beginning, decided no, he's going to keep going for these fouls because he keeps on getting them.
Absolutely. But let's remember that, fouls are collected and we need to try and teach our kids to pace themselves, if there's such a thing. It's the first quarter. You don't want to be sitting with players with 2 or 3 fouls. Basketball can turn out to be a very long game if you're in the wrong position and you've made poor decisions as a player. But otherwise, I'm happy with this first quarter. 12-6 to St. Peter's. Some good scoring, and already we can see that these teams are probably fairly evenly matched. And once they settle, we should have a good game.
12-7 actually goes with that one free throw that got sunk in, but definitely they are evenly matched. And like I said, I think it's all going to be about these key players. These key players in these teams are the ones that are going to be the driving force to victory or defeat. As you can see, number 23 from St. Peter's is back at the line again.
Good shooting from number 23. Solid player who comes to the party when he's needed.
Is it too early to start talking about MVPs?
I think it's way too early. I think, but I want to encourage the viewers to go onto the St. College website, click on basketball, click on the FIBA Live stats so you can see who's on the leaderboard. We have 10 names there. It's updated, and after every single game, you can see who's doing well, where your son is or your friend's son is or whatever the case may be. And you'll be able to see.
Things are going to be very important. As you know, people will be awarded for the performances that they've put in the tournament. So make sure you follow your favorite team and your favorite players all the way to the finals this year.
Absolutely. Well, second quarter we start with possession going to Trichard, and once again we want to take a look at that defense. What are the decisions being made by the coaches? What are they looking to do? We have to try and read their minds.
Well, look, very important. If you look at the defense now, it looks as if coming in back from the timeout, we have a man-on-man situation, which is really not working out for Trichard, as number 23 continues to do the utmost damage on these guys. And I think it's going to start wearing them down a little bit.
Good attack there by number 10 for Trichard, but he loses the ball as he tries to penetrate that key.
It's a result of that pressure, Goza. That pressure is starting to mount. Number 10, number 6 seem to be the key people for Trichard right now, and they need to show up. Stuck at the perimeter, great spin move all the way to the base. Now, this is a very interesting part. 16-9 is going to be. We're starting to pick up other players who can contribute to this game.
Well, basketball is a five-man game. I mean, if any coach knows who to look at within 2 or 3 minutes, you should be able to figure out by looking at your opposition who the key players are. Put pressure on those key players. That means the workload is distributed and other players have to step up. Some teams are really great at adjusting, others are not. And that's where you then start talking about full-rounded teams. You know, how deep is a bench? That's when we start looking at these teams and saying, what has a coach got? You know, sometimes you see 12 players on the bench and only 5 can play.
Can play, yeah. Definitely. I mean, you're so right when you say it is a 5-man sport on the court and there's another extra 7 who are just waiting in the wings. But we never know what that lucky packet has. And you might find a few gems coming off that bench today.
Absolutely, and a great penetration by number 23
Once
from
again.
St. Peter's, and he continues to get his team ahead. 18-9 is the score with 6 minutes to play in the second half.
Very important player right now. We cannot say it anymore. I mean, number 23 is taking the game to Louis Tricard. I think Papa Cho is going to have to come up with a defensive option that's going to have to neutralize number 23 if we're going to get somewhere in this game.
Absolutely. You know, it's interesting to look at the coaching styles. You know, I love to look at the bench. You know, Tricard coach, relaxed, sitting down. Very different from our previous game.
Of course, definitely. High emotion, high intensity, very big characters in the last game. And it kind of shows at the beginning all the way until the end. But I guess that's the exciting part about it. You get so many different characters on the sidelines, and watching them work, I think, is the art that we're here for.
You know, having watched many of the high school coaches over the years, it's interesting to look at the different styles of coaching. You know, here we are, number 11 is on the line. You know, coach is sitting there, you know, hands on knees, very relaxed. You know, he's 9 points down. I'm asking myself, what does this mean to you, coach?
Well, look, I mean, he understands the dynamic. I think he's played enough games at this tournament to know how the general style of basketball in South Africa should be. So he's biding his time. He's more of your fourth quarter type coaches. I think we're looking at another Elvis over here, Ngozi.
It's a good thing Elvis can't hear you.
You never know, he could be watching. But look, it's absolutely that thing whereby you have to be in a position to accept that you will lose some points, but the most important thing is how you get back in offense. Fantastic rebound from number 4
by Tricard, and he loses the ball. Unfortunately, poor handling happening in some of these cases. You know, you drop the advantage, you get a nice ball going forward, and a fumble here, a fumble there, and you lose possession in what could have given you an easy 2 points.
Definitely, and these are the things that we need to see our players and our coaches focusing on, ensuring that the players, when they have the ball in the possession, they actually make it count. Because in this tournament, we've seen it happen. Once someone takes off and goes on with the game, it's going to be hard to catch up.
Absolutely. St. Peter's on the line now. Foul drawn as you were trying to cut into that paint.
Misses the first one. Very important to get the rebound for Louis Tricard here. Great defensive play by number 10. Very important to keep up the pressure on St. Peter's right now. 7-point lead. It's got to be cut down if we're going to see an epic finish to this game. Oh, wide open in the back. 2 points, easy.
You know, we keep talking about simple basketball. And, you know, these boys, some of them really have got some of the basics trained really well. You know, the difference between possibly a Tricard and a St. Albans would be in the execution and how well it can be done and how often they can repeat the same things. You know, you watch a Tricard, it's a little bit slower, but it gets done.
Yeah.
The question is, if you put a Tricard versus a St. Albans, what do you get?
True. That is very, very true, Ngozi, because if you notice the level of domination that St. Albans had in the previous game, and you look at a Tricard who are playing a concise, neat, slow game, they look like those type of the guys we'd want to call them slow poison where I come from.
Good ball movement there. Oh, unfortunately, again, same thing I was talking about. You lose possession, you lose an opportunity to sink another 2 points for your team. So what could be an easy, simple 2 points in a layup suddenly goes, switches the flow, and we have transition on the side, a foul, and St. Peter's goes to the line to shoot.
St. Peter's back on the line again, has to cash in on these free throws. Unfortunate for me because I don't really agree with the referee on that call. I thought that was clean, but hey, you can't get them all.
You know, we need to remember that these referees are human beings. I mean, I've heard some really tough comments being made by the crowd, by coaches, you know, and they'll miss a couple. What we don't want is to miss many.
No, that's it. And that's going to keep the game fluid and on point. Good call again. Seems like we're going to have a back and forth in terms of going to the line here. We're going back. We're kind of slipping back into that St. Albans situation that we had before, where we kind of saw ourselves going onto the line again on both sides.
Yeah, but I also think that teams need to avoid just some sloppy play. You know, there's a difference between fouling because you have no other option, but then there's the fouling where you're just sloppy. You can't move your feet.
Yes.
You know, you can't move your feet. You're not playing good defense. The stance in defense is wrong. You know, that just costs the team. And in my opinion, yes, it's great to see people go to the line, but what we don't want is going to the line because you just can't play defense.
Oh no, definitely. I totally agree with you, Goza. Goes back to the same principles that you were actually highlighting to say, look, basic basketball. So this time we've got to have basic defense on point. There's no need to foul players when they come in. There's no need for us to have so many breaks now at this stage of the game. We only need the second quarter now, and how many fouls have we got already?
I mean, if you look at both teams, you know, they've had some good foul distribution, but at the same time, way too many fouls before halftime.
Definitely.
You know, collectively, in the first half, we're looking at about 10 on one side and about 7 on the other. You know, it's not the kind of game that you would say is fast and dirty. I have to be a little bit unkind here and say that we are seeing a little bit of sloppy defense. Poor foot movement. But having said that, these experiences are good for these teams because every little time that they play, it's a learning opportunity. And these boys will get to watch teams that are slightly better, and they can look and watch and learn from their own peers, which is one of the great things about this tournament. You know, if you can watch a team that is keeping a low score for the competitor, and they're playing good defense, then we know that we've got a good game and there's something to learn there. But here what we see is basic basketball. It's neat, you know, it's okay to watch, but I have to say there can be a slight irritation when you're looking at some of the things that the kids are not getting right.
Definitely. I mean, if you look at the situation that we've had just now, coming into this second quarter, we were having free-flowing basketball, great defensive plays, great offensive plays. All of a sudden, it's foul for foul. So I have to agree with you. They got to tighten up in the second half. Got to tighten up going into the third quarter and make sure that on both ends we see a free-flowing type of basketball that we had before.
So, drop their standard of play when they play a team that's not quite the same level. Whereas you'd think that this is a tournament, their group is wide open, they'll be looking to play as hard as they can, putting as many points as they can up on the board, but they've kind of dropped their play a little bit. I don't know if you would agree with me, or do you have a different assessment?
Well, look, I mean, you might want to call them the Arsenal of basketball. And I'm saying that, you know, with the utmost respect, I honestly believe in situations like this, tournaments usually change teams. And they can have big performances during their league games, but come a competition, it becomes so hectic because there's so many different factors we're dealing with. There's fatigue, there's so many things going on behind the scenes when they go on and off the court. So I'm not going to be too hard on them in this instance. I think they're performing to a decent level. I mean, and I think they actually are looking like the surprise package of the tournament.
Interesting that you would make that assessment. Here we go. Third quarter is underway. 21-14 to St. Peter's. Possession goes to Trichard. What defense are you seeing there? You know,
look, it's hard to tell what they're setting up as, actually. I I'm looking at it, looks like a 2-3, then in the second it looks like a 3-2. Very confusing at this stage. I don't know what words Coach Frosh had to give him, but I know after playing under Coach Frosh for a couple of games, it can be hard reading what he just told you.
A couple of games.
Yeah, a couple of games. Yeah, that was enough for me. Couldn't take any more.
Well, great ball movement from St. Peter's at the moment. You know, the key thing here is to maintain position and look for the easiest shot available or an open shot. As we all know as basketball players, the closer you are to the hoop, the higher your percentage of accuracy, and you should make the basket. The further you are away, the harder it is for you to make the shot. You know, we call those bank shots, perimeter shots,
yeah.
which really are specialist shots that take lots and lots of practice. But if you're inside the paint, and we keep talking about the paint, but I don't know if our viewers know what the paint is.
Look, the paint is what most of us would refer as the key, the inside. This is the honeypot of the basketball court, if you want to call it that. This is where you do the magic and get the points in.
Absolutely. We call that area the place where you get high percentage shots.
100%.
So in there you make easy baskets, layups. Layups is when you put the ball up on the hoop and it's easy 2 points, 2 steps and you're there. That's basically what it is.
Funny you say it's an easy 2 points. So many missed layups in this tournament, don't you think?
Well, you know, a layup, funny enough, as well as being a high percentage shot, it is a pressure shot.
Yes.
Simply because it's right there. You're under the hoop. All you have to do is lay it on the glass. And we all know even professionals miss it. It's purely the pressure.
Thank you so much, Goza, for mentioning that, because I think our viewers at home are probably thinking I've missed a couple of layups in my time. So don't worry, you're all right.
They're amongst many.
I swear. 21-14, 6 minutes left on the clock. Possession is to Trickard right now. Foul called. So it looks like our momentum has kind of slowed down, eh? We're back to that sloppy play you spoke about before.
You know, it's interesting that when teams go to halftime, you can have 2 different responses. You can either come fired up, ready to really increase your lead, or sometimes that break can actually lower your energy levels and you come back a little bit tired, probably not as focused. But there are many factors to these things. Like I said to you, you know, there are 8 teams in a group. You know, these boys have to play 7 group games. To expect them to be focused and to concentrate the entire time is a big ask. So we will see, you know, dips in concentration. The games will slow down a little bit. So it is expected.
No, it definitely is expected, Goza, and I'm not one to be too hard on the boys. I really appreciate the effort that they're putting in, and I love the fact that they have this never say die attitude that they're actually putting towards this. 21-16 is the score. 5-point game it is now, Goza. It's getting closer.
Yeah, it's you know, once you sink one shot, the hope is, and every coach will want this, that you start to get a continuous flow of points. You know, you don't want to have what we call a drought of points. Not only catch up with St. Peter's, but get past them.
Interesting. Anytime you touch somebody, they go into the line.
Absolutely, and it's still very early. You know, you want to give the coach options. I always say that to the babies that I coach, that give me something to work with. You know, one might say, well, maybe teach them how to play clean basketball, but it's not always about the coach, is it? You know, kids need to learn to be disciplined when they're on the court so that their team can still have a chance at the game. You know, unfortunately, many times you watch games, big games, and, you know, a team comes out and they lose it purely because they just can't maintain the discipline required for 4 quarters.
100% discipline is going to be the name of the game here. As another turnover comes to bite Trickard, you know, and this is what you're just saying to me now. You're just talking about the level of discipline. Simple turnovers could be the actual factor.
Great transition though from Trickard, trying to just fix that mistake, but unfortunately unable to sink those 2 points, and once again St. Peter's gets an opportunity to go to the rim.
I'm afraid to say that St. Peter's is comfortably 6 points up, because as you've noticed in this game, things can change instantly, and it seems to be this whole notion of how Papacho has got Trickard set up. He's got them set up to absorb, and he's waiting for that moment. I swear, this 4th quarter is good. We're going to start calling it the golden quarter of this tournament, the 4th quarter.
You know, we were talking about the coaches earlier, and as I said to you, I like to look at the whole picture. First half, you know, Trickard coach was sitting down very relaxed, now starting to feel the heat a bit. He's up on his feet and trying to encourage his charges.
That's Coach Benedito, different type of individual you're dealing with now. Papacho, always cool. Benedito, hot and heated, wants to get involved in the action. So this is how it's going to be, probably leading up to the third and fourth quarter. Fourth quarter, sorry.
Unfortunate foul there.
Unfortunate foul, but number 10 goes to the line, Goza. This is going to be a problem.
Let's see what he can do with those 2 free throws.
I'll bet my house on him.
Oh.
Number 10 continues his absolutely decent form at the line. Very dangerous player they have on their hands here.
Great free throw shooter. You know, he closes that gap to 5 and gives his team an opportunity to possibly go into the fourth quarter with a little bit more hope.
Oh, I don't know. One of those calls. I haven't seen this combination of refs at this stage, but oh well, what can I say? Not too happy with a couple of the calls. Didn't see a foul there, but unfortunately, a dangerous man at the line again, number 23. Misses the first one.
Well, he gets 50% at that opportunity, and again continues to give his team a lead, continues to just keep Trickard off the pace. Every single time they think they're getting a little bit closer, a silly mistake is made, and the gap is created again.
Which makes it very, very difficult right now. And once again, we're having and facing the same problem. Too many fouls being committed by both teams. Now we have number 13 from Chicago going to the line with 25 seconds left in the third quarter. If he manages to sink this, we have 3. He sinks none. We're still 5 points ahead. He does 1. We're still 4 points ahead. So it's still a tight game going into the fourth.
Well, as he makes this shot and he's completely under pressure, you know, and it's now a 4-point game, almost the end of the third quarter. Good work from Trickard, and I think they can be happy with this quarter.
Oh, definitely. I think they were the superior team in this quarter in terms of keeping their heads, keeping that level of discipline that you were talking about. And discipline is definitely, like you said, Ngoza, going to be the deciding factor of this fixture.
Let's see what they do in this minute. You know, it's always interesting to look at the routines and what coaches do. You know, some teams travel with big benches. I know that St. John's College is one of those. They have 4 or 5 coaches on the bench sometimes, and each one has got a role, and they're speaking to different players during their timeout. You'll find another team might just have one coach, and he does all the talking. In fact, what was interesting earlier is a coach called a timeout. You know, he had a rant and a rave for about 30 seconds. You know, you think to yourself, you only have 1 minute.
Yeah. I mean, and this is it. You only have a minute, and you got to get your message across, and it has to be effective. There's nothing worse, like when I was a player, you stand there for a minute and still come back and not do what the coach told you. Very crucial period now. 4 points in the game, and I think this is probably going to be one of our best games of the day.
Well, at this level, I would have to say it's a good game. I mean, these two teams are evenly matched. I must say I'm a little bit surprised. You know, given the results that St. Peter's has had in the last couple of weeks, and even here at the tournament, I really thought they might just stretch it away. I thought that by the third quarter they might have this done and dusted, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Clearly, they're struggling a little bit with Trickard, you know, and can't seem to get a 6, 8, 10-point lead. You know, they keep being drawn back. You know, obviously the foul trouble playing on their minds as well, so players not being able to fully commit with their body as they play. So no, now they're a little bit careful.
Definitely. I think that's the best way to describe it. It's more about being careful. If you notice, Coach Floss has just asked them to play the game the way he has taught them how to play it, not the way they think they know how to play it. He wants to keep that 4 or 5 point gap intact and just see this game through.
Well, he certainly won't win any surprises. You know, he might find this a little bit scrappy and they've managed to get through, but that's all that matters. You know, you can have high games, low games. The point of the game is that you need to win it to move on to the next round.
Most definitely.
So I think he's giving the right advice, trying to calm his players down, not to get caught up in the emotions, not to think about their fouls too much. You know, they need to relax. But having said that, it's now a 3-point game.
Definitely. It's now a 5-point game, actually.
Beg your pardon.
With St. Peter's off the sideline. Ball to number 23 again, into the lane, always trying to cash in from the paint. Now, if you look at the way that St. Peter's has managed to at least neutralize the way that Trickard defends, this is why you will find that it's going to be hard for their lead to be unassailable.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm looking at the play right now, and I'm thinking to myself, what is special here? What's going to come out here? And of course, we get 2 points by St. Peter's, and I guess they just showed me.
That's it, stretching that lead to another 8 points. Ball comes back in the hands of Trickard right now. Number 6 takes a long one, but once again, you see, we're starting to feel the pressure from the players' side. I can feel the heat from all the way up here.
Absolutely. You know,
oh,
the
what a pass.
Yeah. You know, the players can see the time, and sometimes, as you see, Coach Flosh was behind the bench. You know, like I said, it's interesting what happens in the fourth quarter. He was standing behind the bench, and suddenly there's something that needs to happen here. So he steps right up so he can give his team some interesting instructions. So, you know, I want to see how Trichard responds here. You know, as St. Peter's score another basket, what is the plan here?
Look, I'm expecting a massive response from Papa Cho. He's gone back. He's in his cocoon right now. Benedito's joined him. What are we going to do? That's probably what they're asking themselves.
Trichard moving the ball well there.
Very well. Number 6 on the ball again. Takes the shot.
Unlucky shot.
Number 11 been sent on by Coach Flosh to do the damage, and he's doing exactly that. Into the lane. Oh, 2 attempts. And Trickard is off. Number 10 again.
Oh, unlucky. I mean,
that easy layup.
That easy layup, and this is what I was talking about. You do all this work to do the transition work, which takes a lot out of you, by the way, to run down the court and finish off the layup, and then you don't give yourself the rewards for working so hard in defense. But well done to them. They got a second opportunity, and they managed to bank those 2 points.
Most definitely. Number 11 going to work on them again. Open pass. Oof. Got to work on that shooting. Now, this is a crucial part of this game. We're in the fourth quarter, and we have 4 minutes and about 30 seconds left. Once again, wide open, foul. Coach Benedito up on the line again. Papa Cho out of his element. It's all happening.
Well, I think that Trichard suddenly smells blood. Suddenly they're thinking maybe we can actually do this. They've had 4 quick points in the last minute and a half. Obviously going with the transition play, and it's now up to Coach Miguel to respond to that. I mean, he does have 4 minutes on the clock, so he might think he doesn't have anything to worry about. But anytime that a team gets to have quick points, the momentum changes, and that can change the game entirely.
100% Goza. And unfortunately, they failed to take advantage of their opportunity to go to the line. Number 11 is going to pick up from where he left off. Definitely going to get the call from Coach Flosh to add the damage. There he goes. The crossover. The handle comes in. Shot at the top of the key. Bang. Nothing doing. This is what's going to be the most key part of how Trickard is going to come back into the game, if they can come back into the game. They need to be able to neutralize where the punishing is coming from, and that's number 11.
Well, you've got to be able to take your chances and your opportunities. You know, like I said to you, it's the simple stuff that works. You get a transition, you've got to finish off that layup. If you're on your own, you've got to finish it. And I think this is where we found it a little bit frustrating with Trickard. I mean, in the last minute and a half as well, you know, they've had many opportunities, and this could be a tied game. These are not difficult shots. And there we go again. You miss your 2 points off the glass, the back of the board, where you should be finishing. And this is where they're putting unnecessary pressure on themselves. They do some really good work, and unfortunately they then don't reward themselves.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Okay.
Was that a fluke?
I think that was response to you guys, that they wanted to show you how good the work can be. 4-point game with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. Big three-pointer by Trickard. Number 11 on the ball, trying to respond. Big three from him too.
Well, this is where I love basketball. You know, that perimeter shot and being able to cut the score down by 3 makes it extra special. All you need is a boy to be inspired, good shot, 2 or 3, and you're back, or you're suddenly winning. And this is where it becomes exciting. There we go.
Fantastic drive through the lane by number 4, all the way to the bucket. Number 11 taking the game by the scruff of the neck, obviously taking a little bit of the weight off number 23. He's been sent on to do a job, but I know he's going to complete it. But now this is where Trickard has to show their prowess in terms of defense. All the way with number 10. Oh, and the foul. It's not over yet, Goza. Definitely not. Number 10 going back to the line again. And it's a 5-point game.
You see, absolutely, it is not over. And this is where St. Peter's have to keep their heads. You know, they can't get caught up. What they need to do is to play good, solid defense. You know, as I said to you before, they're a little bit slow in this game, a little bit scrappy. But even scrappy can still win the game. So what they need to do is maintain their composure and try and figure out how to get out of this. And obviously a timeout call, good call for the coach, because he needs to get some order going with this team.
Most definitely. A 4-point gap with at least a good 2 minutes left on the clock. There's still a big shot for Trickard to actually turn this around. Coach Floss needs to reach out and actually make the ring in the necessary changes or make the right statements to the team. But as you know, Coach Floss has that knack to be able to get his guys going over and over again.
So if you were Trickard and you're the coach, what are you going to say to your boys now? You need 5 points, a minute 55 to go. You need to give them something that's going to bring out the very best in them.
Well, look, Goza, I'm going to go to an approach that you possibly would go for. It's a stop-start, isn't it? This is the perfect time to apply it. So you've got to keep on going for those fouls. Keep on making sure they take you to the line.
Interesting position that you take there, but you know, coaches are very interesting. You know, we've seen many games today where we're looking at coaches and going, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? You know, do you want to win this thing? And you know, I guess all coaches will have certain conversations, and we're all analyzing everybody else's game. So let's see what has the coach from Trickard got. What has he told his boys? They look fired up. They suddenly look like they have a spring in their step. Let's hope that spring in their step can translate into buckets and bring them back in the game.
100%. You know, this game is just like football. You need goals in football, you need buckets in basketball. So where those buckets, but the most important thing, before you can get the buckets, we need some defense.
For those of you who don't know what a bucket is, it's just another simple way of saying basket.
Basket.
You know, we have many viewers who are new to basketball. As you know, the sport has really taken off over the last few years, and they're having to catch up with all this terminology. So
100%.
Forgive us if we forget to educate you here every now and then. But please do comment on social media. Tell us what you need to know so that we can help you to understand these games and follow these games so they make sense to you.
You're absolutely right, Goza. And I apologize to everybody at home, but hey, remember, we're here to teach too. So, y'all, anything you need to know, get at us on social media. Let us know what you need to know, and we'll put you on game.
90 seconds left in this game. 32-28 to St. Peter's. We've got some panic stations going. These teams both need to calm down.
Definitely, and we need some big points. Not going to be the way that they're going to win this game, Trickard, if they're going to keep shooting like that. And once St. Peter's has the ball, number 11's hands, it becomes a bit difficult to tell. Anything can happen.
Goodness me, I was wondering when that whistle would be blown. You know,
he was almost holding him all the way to the shops. It's like they took a walk.
You know, we better be careful after this game.
Yeah.
We don't want the referees chasing us around the stadium.
I think we're going to quietly go and sit in the VIP. St. John's in possession right now. Score is 22-28. Still a 4-point lead. Clock is quickly disappearing. Number 23 driving in the lane. Apparently that was a foul. Well, it is a foul call by the ref. It's getting to that point, eh?
Well, I always think though that every time a player drives into the paint, they have the advantage. Referees are almost wired and looking to make that call. They anticipate the call, and I always tell my players take full advantage of that.
100%. And that's exactly what number 23 has done for St. Peter's, sinking 1 out of 2, making the score 33-28. That's a 5-point game here at Wembley Arena in Johannesburg in the fourth quarter, TCE versus St. Peter's. Oh. Number 23 sounds like he's taking your advice dead center. He keeps on just driving into that lane. And I think that's exactly what Coach Floch and Coach Miguel have told him.
Well, you'll have heard the saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
100%.
He's driving in, he goes to the line all the time. As you all know, we always try and maximize those points, and that's exactly what he's doing. Those are simple, easy points, and he's worked hard for them. He converts them for his team, and they just get to extend that lead a little bit further.
Definitely, Ngoza. And as we draw closer to the round of 16, what do you think will be the change in terms of how the coaching styles are going to be, in terms of aggression, in terms of how the player styles are going to be? What do you think is going to be the elixir going into the round of 16? Because now we're basically looking at going towards the end of the tournament.
Well, when you look at the teams that go forward, it's always more about skill now. There's only so much that you can give as a coach. After that, it's about how well has your team mastered the skills and can they reproduce successful movements consistently. If they can do that, you've got a good squad. You will find the lower teams will struggle a little bit with how they work as a team, with their skill level, basic movement around the court, but that's okay. They come here to learn and you grow with time. But if we're looking at a snapshot, who are the better ones and what are they going to do? Well, that's what you'll see. You'll also see very precise coaching. So what you'll see is a coach will call a timeout and talk about execution of specific moves. Whereas if you're looking at a team like the two that are playing now, Trickheart is not going to call a timeout to talk about a specific move. They have to get the basics right.
100%.
Can they play defense? Can they move around the court? So those will be the differences going forward.
Oh, most definitely. And that's why we always look forward to actually not necessarily sifting out the other teams, but definitely coming towards the cream of the crop. And you notice these big players, like for instance in St. Peter's number 23 or number 11s, that's when we actually get to see how big they really are.
Absolutely. Perimeter attempt taken by Trickheart in the hope that they can come back with almost 15 seconds left.
Nothing doing. A lot of air balls now at this stage. All pressure driven. That's a travel. Not looking good at this stage with about 16 seconds left. I mean, I think we can call time on this one, Goza.
Well, I never call time on anything.
even with 15 seconds to go, Goza doesn't want to call time. It's fine. I don't know when she's going to get these 8 points.
I'm interested in an 8-point play and what's the coach going to do. Who knows? You could see something interesting. You could learn something.
Like I said, Papa Cho's back in his cocoon, and so is Benedicto. We're done here.
Well, great play from both teams as it finishes 36-28 to St. Peter's. I wish both teams well going into the closing game stages of the game and the tournament. And I hope you viewers continue to watch. Great more games coming up. We have basketball going on right up until 10 o'clock. There's a game that's going to tip off at 8. You keep watching. Dominican is coming up. St. Benedict, I think, is continuing to play.
As well.
We have some great games coming up, so stay glued to your screen.
Definitely, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
This next man is like playing. It's over.
I'm all right. How are you?
All right.
What's up, bro? School Sport Live, Dominican taking on St. David's Marist College, and it has been an enthralling day of basketball action here at Wembley Arena. Come on,
Yeah.
You must agree. Like, a lot of competitive games, and I expect the same from this one.
Like we were just saying just before we kicked off, I mean, before we tipped off, before we were about to tip off, it's so much energy, great energy around the court, great energy around the venue. I love the way the boys have been playing. This is a game I've definitely been looking forward to, and yeah, it's great to be commentating on it with commentating royalty like yourself.
Oh, commentating royalty, I'll take that.
Yeah, you
It
got to
should be a
take
lot
it.
of fun, and
I don't
looking
usually
forward to
give
the day
people
with you.
compliments, so you got to take that one.
I'm
Yeah.
taking the compliment and I'm going to run with it.
Excellent.
Right now, we're just seconds away from tip-off, and the referee just ready. It is St. David's in the yellow, and it is Dominican Republic in the blue and white with the black shorts, and we should be set for quite a competitive game. And this is a traditional Gauteng rivalry. We expect in Gauteng rivalries a similar level of play,
Yeah.
knowledge of the players, knowledge of the coaches. And funny enough,
Yeah.
we should talk about it because the coaching staff on St. David's Marist, which is Elvis, he started the program, or he was
Most
involved
definitely, yes.
with the program at Dominican. So maybe a little bit of a grudge match for his former team.
Oh, most definitely. It's one of those games that you're definitely going to expect a few fireworks here and there. It's going to be a tense atmosphere. Well, anywhere Elvis is coaching is going to be tense. But definitely, this one is going to be close to the heart. But I'm expecting a similar style of play. I'm not too sure in terms of skill sets, who's going to be on top. But I think that's going to be the deciding factor.
The deciding factor, indeed. And let's have a look as we have St. David's moving the ball around. And I got the chance to call the St. David's game earlier, and it was a gain and nail biting affair, and they just managed to pull out the victors over St. Peter's in the last second free throw, and that's been the nature of the competition so far.
Oh, no, definitely. And I think I actually I had the pleasure of watching that game as well. And that seemed to be a trend for this year, especially in the league as well. They kind of seem to like to leave it to the end, and they love the nail biters. And that's why I can never miss an opportunity to watch a St. David's game.
Well, I'm really happy to have you here with me, and I'm going to try and call the game as best as possible. St. David's continue with their
Moving that ball
traditional
around.
style offense.
I mean, they do have, and it pays off, moving that ball around. I feel the game has kind of started off with St. David's being the more confident team, as it usually tends to be. They're set up 100%. As you can see, they've gone for the zone. Elvis tends to like to use the zone defense. It's his first and last option in my mind usually, but it seems like he's got his plays fine-tuned to it, so it makes sense.
I've seen him change up a couple of defense and also change his style of play, and it really interesting what Coach Elvis does on the floor. And
100%, but like we said, this is tournament basketball. Sometimes you're going to have to go with the one thing that's going to keep you in the tournament or take you to the next level. Ball goes out of bounds. Turnover, so obviously now that makes it a Dominican ball. 2-0 is the score right now. We just 6 minutes left of the game in the first quarter. Sorry.
Dominican moving the ball around again, inside penetration, no good on the layup, in the hands of St. David's, and they push the ball up the floor. Right back at it, and number 23 from Dominican. And Dominican love the transition play. You can already tell they have lifted athletic guards, and they push the ball up the floor quite quickly.
Absolutely, Quinton, and that seems to be the mainstay of BBL basketball these days. It's transition after transition after transition. But I think the most important thing is making those transition counts. Like now, it's almost a beautiful play with a beautiful pass inside. Ball goes wide on the perimeter. Big three attempt, and now we got to see these rebounds. These balls have to start making sense. Okay, ball goes out again. St. David's holding on to this ball like they own it. Well, there you go. You see, this is the most important thing about this transition play. You got to get on the other side and convert those twos, or at least put it on the perimeter and get those threes. So this is what we're expecting to see at this stage in the tournament.
We certainly are expecting to see that, and it's been the same pattern of play throughout the tournament. Is the first quarter is always low scoring. It doesn't matter how comfortable the kids get in these first quarters, but it's a 6 or 7 point scoring quarter, and as the game develops, we tend to see a little bit more comfort and adjustment by the players on the floor. That being said, a score by Dominican, and we're tied.
And we're tied at two each. As St. David starts working the paint, obviously we're going to see different approaches when it comes to the attack as well as the defense. And now we can see St. David's taking the perimeter route, of which I'm sure if that doesn't start to make any sense, Coach Elvis is going to definitely go back into the paint. Ball now in Dominican's hands, going in the paint. Far cold. Oh. Trying to get the quick two. Didn't sink. Now, Quinton, if you notice in previous games, we've had an issue with one word and one word only: discipline. That's all we're looking for. We're looking for a disciplined outfit that can execute the plays as and when the coaches call it. This is going to be an important part of them surging ahead or them going behind.
I really like what you're saying, because you're taking it to the fundamentals. Come on, what's got to happen is execution on the floor, and that ill discipline by Dominican almost costing them. And right now, it is again Dominican out on the fast break. And the great thing about a tournament of this nature is that you get the varied styles of basketball, and players get exposed to transition style basketball or really disciplined basketball, and it's province differentiated as well as region differentiated.
100%. And I'm not going to lie, I'm the biggest fan of disciplined basketball. All I want to see you is do the fundamentals and the right things on the court. I don't care about the behind the backs. I don't care about the slam dunks. I need the 2 points or the 3 points. That's what I'm after. As Dominican takes the ball up again. And it seems that's how they're going. They're trying to keep their level of discipline as high as possible. They want to make each and every play count. But defense, that's 2 turnovers in the space of 3 seconds. Guys, you can't take your eyes off this game. This one has got it's got that thing. Is that what they call it these days? That thing.
Ball moves around once again. Inside penetration, and this time contact on the arm call by Coach Referee. That's not right. Called by referee Tony, and he'll go make the call. And free throws have been so crucial, especially towards the latter stages of the game.
Great play by number 15, taking advantage of the height and a little bit of movement that we've seen he has. And the most important thing now is to convert those free throws. We need those free throws to go in. The coach, I think Coach Alves had to actually take a call. But anyway, he wasn't happy about that first miss. Second one had to go in, and so it did. 3-2 is the score. 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock in the first quarter. St. David's versus Dominican.
Dominican now on the perimeter again, and it's been a tightly contested quarter. As we said, only 1 point in it. Transition basketball, absolutely crucial. We've seen the teams with their best guards, the most athletic guards, the ones that finish on the break. These are the teams that are winning these games.
100%, and I have to agree with you. But you will get to a stage in this tournament, and I honestly believe the round of 16 is going to be that stage where your more disciplined teams are coming in, and they're going to shut down these transitional teams. They're not going to allow all of that to happen.
What you have to factor in the round of 16 as well is fatigue levels. As much as you have a 15-man roster, you still have to have your preferred players playing intense situations, and that game tally takes a toll on the players. There's a lot of games before that round of 16.
Correcto mundo, Quinton, and that's what we're aiming for. Who has the better tournament, in the sense that who understands tournament basketball better? And this is where the coaches have to really pit their minds against the teams that are at their disposal.
And quietly, St. David's pick up another transition basket, and we are 5 points to the good. 7-2 the score, and 24 seconds left, and this should be the final possession here at Wembley Arena.
Like you said, Quinton, low scoring first quarter, 13 seconds left in the game, 7-2 is the score, 5 points in the game, but now we're going to start getting to the meat of the issue as we get into the second quarter. Dominican with a chance to shoot, and the buzzer goes, and we're going into the first quarter break. And how did you see that first quarter?
Well, the first quarter itself, the score speaks for itself. Dominican was stifled in their play. You know, the coach has not made many good adjustments. The play by St. David's coming from transition in the last parts of the first quarter. So if you're looking at it, you got the adjustments you have to make are defensive. You have to make sure that your players get back. So from Dominican side, let's make sure that we limit transition baskets, make sure they get into the half-court set, because they haven't shown anything in the half-court. For St. David's, they just keep the pattern of play the same.
100%. I think I'd have to say I'm seeing a side of St. David's that I feel will probably be able to carry this game into the fourth quarter and win. At this stage, it'll be too early to tell, obviously. But hey, you know me, I'm an optimist. I'm not the type of guy who's going to see something good happening and say it's going to stop anytime soon. But definitely, you're 100% spot on. Adjustments need to be made, and only defensively. That's where it's going to be. That's going to be the telling point.
I'm from the coaching school that believes that if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Don't fix
you
it.
force the other coach to adapt to your style of play, and so nothing needs to be done on the side of St. David's right now.
At all. I think Dominican have actually got a mountain to climb. If they cannot turn all this effort that they're putting in into some points, we're going to have an issue here.
Confirmation of the score, St. David 7, Dominican 2, and you see no real foul trouble. 2 players on 2 fouls, but that's easily manageable. These running time games go by very quickly.
Very quickly, true.
No player names. Well, number 15 leading the scoring for St. David's. He's got 5 points and a single 2 points for number 27 from Dominican Common.
I must say, Quentin, at this stage, I feel as if when I was speaking to Goza in the previous game, I said to her, look, I mean, we want to start to see our team scoring a lot more at this level. I want to start seeing these teams put up at least 20, 30 points a quarter, just to give themselves that belief that they can be able to do it.
In order for that to happen, the defense have got to be a little bit loose, and you'll find that in the top 16, the defense will tighten up even more, and we'll get lower scoring games. The attack and the score by number 23 on the right-hand layup, and that's a good start for Dominican here in the second quarter.
Absolutely blistering start for Dominican, bringing themselves within 3 points in this game. Ball back in the hands of St. David's, of course, as they bring it up again. Number 15 doing all the hard work in the paint, gets the foul. He goes to shoot 2. Very important that Dominican managed to actually keep the momentum from the St. David side, to try and manage that momentum, actually. I think that would be the best way to put it.
Momentum is crucial. Number 15 from St. David's gets himself to the free throw line. And he had an outstanding game earlier in that win over St. Peter's College. It was a crucial couple of plays from him in the post.
Definitely. Some would want to call them spirited. Sinks in the second one. Score is 8-4. Ball in the hands of Dominican. Substitute coming in now. Number 4 coming off, and let me see if I can get that number. Number 8 coming in. Important changes need to be made by coaches at important times. I guess Coach Alves has noticed something, and he needs to make a change.
That is Mate, and the ball goes inside again, and the trickery being shown there by Hancho, and it's intriguing to see what's happening on the floor here by St. David's. They're looking a little bit too relaxed, if you ask me.
Actually, you're 100% spot on that. Relaxed is the word at this stage. I hope the message can get across to the Dominican coach. We need to remove that term when we start speaking about your team's defense.
8-4 it is, with 5 minutes left to play here in the second quarter. St. David's been quiet here in the second, only a single point added to their tally. Still plenty of time. Adjustments needing to be made by both coaches. Field goal percentages early here in the second half, nothing really significant. One of 7 it is for Dominican, 3 of 11, 27% for St. David's.
A very low shooting percentage that. Hoping to see a spike in that. I mean, tournament basketball is about it being quick, brisk, and people taking chances, and that's what I want to see in this tournament right now, especially in this game.
Inside to number 27 of the Dominican, contact called, and there'll be baseline out of bounds, and this is going astray. Just some control needs to be inserted by the point guard, and penetration, pull up, and again short. And once again, number 23 to the rim.
Foul called.
Fair foul call by the referee. Those insertions and penetrations into the key are going to hurt Coach Alves as the game develops, because not only is they picking up fouls on key men, as you see number 15 take a break, he's on 3 fouls, and that's Hodge taking a break, but 3 fouls on one of your key big men in a game where you have size advantage, that's a crucial play.
Absolutely, Quinton. I was just about to mention that as much damage as number 15 is doing on an offensive end, he's not helping himself on the defensive end. And that might actually be the elixir that can allow Dominican to come back into this game.
You just used the word elixir in a sense.
I had to bring the style out. I had to bring the style
I
out.
see it. I'm going to incorporate our elixir here throughout as we continue to mix and match and just talk about what's happening on the floor. And you see that lovely penetration and right-hand scoop layup by number 23 from Dominican. And Hancho from the side of St. David's, he's been effective in getting himself to the free throw line. And I like Coach Elvis's style of play because he plays inside out. He lets the ball go inside to his post. They try and work. If the defense shrinks, he kicks it back out and they look for the penetration.
100%. And I think that's probably been the better part of St. David's makeup in terms of how they're approaching these games. Give the ball inside into number 15. If he can't draw the foul or if he can't put the points up, kick it back out, and you have a couple of people ready to shoot from the perimeter.
Well, absolutely. Let's see what the rest of this 4 minutes of the second quarter brings. St. David's holding on to a narrow 4-point lead. And 23 at the line.
Big free throws for number 23. Misses the first one.
It's almost become repetitive to mention how important the charity stripe is, but it continues to show its prevalence in every game. The factor that you have time pressure, the clock winding down while you're shooting, adds to that, the relevance of free throws in this running time format.
And if you actually ask yourself how many times we see players get into great positions, probably go to the charity stripe 8 times, can only manage 25%, 35%. I don't think it's good enough, Quinton. We need to start seeing better numbers if these games are going to start improving, considering they keep on going to the line so much.
I have to use Basilio from St. David's, number 16. He missed 6 straight free throws to close out the game against St. Peter's. If he had made those free throws, there was no overtime and the game was over.
100%. And I remember watching that happen. I think at even one stage, that's when they actually had to go to OT. Am I right?
That's right, and they fouled him straight up. The ball moving now, right? And that was Wortley moving the ball into the hands. The Bigs get a touch once again. Inside play, no good, and the ball
Big
out in
defensive
transition. The left-handed layup by number 26, and that's no good for St. David's on the defensive end, but Dominican to the good in transition.
Look, like I said, this is what could actually come back and bite them. Them not being disciplined in defense. They need to start watching how they're conceding these fouls. The most important thing for them now is to keep a cool head and keep approaching the game the offensive way that they've been going from before.
The referees look like they called a technical or non-sportsmanlike foul, which means that it's 2 shots and possessions.
And possessions.
For the Dominican. 1 of 2. And now it's a 1-possession game with just over 2 minutes left in the second quarter.
Very important that discipline comes back onto the court. St. David's Elvis needs to start speaking to the boys and remind them the importance of keeping a cool head.
Cool heads shall prevail. 23 it is for Dominican. Moves it across to the corner. Slow defensive rotation. 23 to the left-handed 3, and that looked good. Lovely arcing rainbow, but it is the number 26 right-handed layup. No good.
We're having a little bit of trouble with the defense so far right now with St. David's. I'm sure the coach is about to ring in a few changes. That needs to happen if he can stop, to try and see if he can stop this Dominican momentum. It's a 3-point game now.
Introduction of a new big by Coach Elvis. Free throw is crucial, and it looks like Dominican can almost hear what we're saying from the commentary booth, and they continue to make these crucial free throws and get themselves back in the game. 1 of 2 it is. Still 1-possession game, but it's a 2-point game right now.
Most definitely. Getting closer to what they might call the promised land right now. 2 points away. All they need to do is stay committed to the defense the way they've been and not concede any fouls. Big block again from Dominican. Ball in their possession. They're going to take it up on the transition. Looking for the outlet.
slowed down in transition, and it is Dominican moving the ball around again. And it's a 1-2-2 defense being employed by Coach Elvis. The zone still slow to move, allowing the inside play, but outstretched hand results in a turnover. The ball in the hands of Mate from St. David's. The ball goes back out. Lovely ball fake. Penetration denied.
Dominican being sloppy with the ball on the offensive end, managed to get it back. They need to start taking advantage of some of this really good D that they're playing.
.23 on the penetration.
Dominican ball.
Less than 10 seconds left on the game clock, and that should be the final unless they can push it out in transition. And recognition really important. Number 14 up, but on the follow, no good, and a chance to take some momentum into the second half missed by St. David's, and that might be a costly miss they might come to regret. There's still 2 quarters of basketball action, and calling it how I see it, it has been a low-scoring affair. We've not seen much skill, and fatigue starting to show in the legs and the play of the players on the floor.
Well, you said it, Quentin. I didn't. Truth of the matter is, St. David's starting to let themselves down, starting to lose their heads a little bit. They need to come back and start playing the way, setting up the way they set up from the beginning, because that was working for them, and try to capitalize on each and every time they go to the front. Number 15, ejected from the game, not ejected really, but taken out of the game by Coach Elvis, is starting to show. That's where the weaknesses are. So how are they going to come back in the third quarter or in the second half or the second period? How is it going to look? What do you think is going to be the makeup of Dominican right now responding to St. David's as it is?
We've not seen much rotation by the St. David's coach, and also the Dominican coach. His limited minutes. He has not even tried to rotate his players. He's kept his players on. So I don't think we're going to see any rotation. I think they coaches coach a certain way. We're going to have a look now and just see how some of St. David's points were accumulated. And from the free throw line, it has been number 15. He's been quite effective for St. David's. And the transition play for both teams has been important, and defense has certainly reigned for both teams. It's not just been St. David's, not just been Dominican. They've held each other to a low score and held the offense accountable. Number 15 is Khancho for St. David's.
100%.
Getting back to how I see it and how we call it is I think that fatigue is going to play a factor. You can't run 5 players. Well, you can run 5 players
at your own risk.
At your own risk. But it comes back to bite you in the top 16, top 8. And the question is, do you play for the top 16 and then hope that your players go through, or do you try and win the games to ensure that you get there, or do you try and manage your players so that, you know what, if we lose this game, we're going to take the risk that we're not going to be top of the pool, but we're still going to get a chance in the top 16.
And you're going to be in the mix, definitely. I mean, you know, that's a very valid point. At this stage, I think the Dominican coach is looking at how he's set out to play this game. He doesn't have much of a choice. Not putting too much faith in what he has on the bench, trying to stick around and keep that 5 on the court to actually keep him in the game.
A lot of their points have come in transition. Or in fact, all of their points have come in transition. I don't think we've seen a half-court set that's worked for them. So they've got to continue to hope that defense translates into offense. See if they can get a couple more balls out on the break, whether it's off a missed shot or off good defensive pressure. And then that's how Dominican stay in the game. For St. David's, they've got to set up. They've got to go to what's been working for them. Inside out, their traditional style of play, and try to put the ball in some of their better key penetrators.
Couldn't agree with you more, Quentin. And I think Coach Elvis agrees with you even 100% more than that, because you see number 15 is back on the court. He needs him to do some damage in this quarter.
Well, Khancho being given the benefit of the doubt, and this is a sign of faith by Coach Elvis in his player, because you've got to understand that it becomes the player's responsibility to keep himself out of foul trouble, and in the opposite coach's recognition of the situation as well. And we're underway here in the second half. It is St. David's in the yellow and gold, with the gold and black, and Dominican in the blue, white, and black. And it's a 2-point game.
Khancho on the ball again.
And Khancho
immediately attacking Dominican as we expected. He has been given the mantle to go at them, and I think that's what he's going to do for the most part of the quarter. Simba coming onto the court as well. Very astute big man. Will be very important when it comes to those boards.
Well, Basilio making his way onto the floor as well for Coach Elvis. Now we're number 16 for St. David's. He's the guy who missed a couple of those free throws, and he'll try and make amends, I'm sure, with his time on the floor. So far, no score, and it is Dominican attacking 30 to the rim on the right hand. And
absolute drill and show of skill coming in from Dominican, setting up and taking the game directly to St. David's. Not afraid of the changes, not looking at the sharks in the tank, but ready to eat the piranhas.
28 it is up the floor. Ball stolen away. A chance for an easy layup, and looking to elevate was Hancho. Almost threw it down. A little bit of a sniff at the rim, but made sure that his team got the 2 points.
It must have been that look that I gave him from up here. He wasn't going to do it, but this is exactly what Coach Elvis is looking for from him. He wants him to come in the game and take control. The 4 players he's got on the court right now are his big time 4, if you can put it that way, and they will take the game to Dominican.
Almost
great
reckless
defense
in his attempt to check the rim. That's Hancho losing the ball into the hands of Dominican, and number 30 slows it up, evades the trap, but there's a contact. And
Hancho again. That's foul number 4. Looks like Coach Elvis is going to have a look on the bench there and see. Yep, he's coming off.
Foul number 5 for Hancho. In fact,
is it number 5? I thought it was 4.
He's out the way.
Oh, he's gone. It's going to be interesting now, Quentin, to see how this is going to affect the game.
Well,
but we still have number 16 and number 13 on the court, so there should still be some sort of action coming from the St. David side.
This is a time when risk did not pay off for Coach Elvis, because he's now no longer has the services of Hancho, who's his leading scorer and probably the player in the most rhythm. But it's now Dominican on the break, and the step through layup. Strong finish, number 15 from Dominican. That's just a great move.
And this is the type of basketball I'm looking to see at this stage of the day. It's been a long, hot day in Wembley. It's about to get hotter.
It is getting hot on the floor, and that layup and score ties the game, and a chance for a go-ahead free throw here for number 15 from Dominican.
Missed the three-point play opportunity. They have to turn around and go back immediately to defense. Looking at the benches right now, the Dominican bench still looking like the most concerned, which they should be.
Basilio almost turns that over, and the ball gets back into the hands of St. David's. That's Kimani inbounding the ball. Wortley with ball in hand.
Simba
likes the spin move on the baseline.
loves the spin move on the baseline. Didn't pay off this time.
This time inside penetration denied by Kanyangarara, Simba Kanyangarara. And St. David's keeping up the ball, and Kanyangarara was crucial in that win for them over St. Peter's. He hasn't been much effective yet in this game, but I think they need to get him some touches down the stretch.
100%. I think it's just been a minute situation. He hasn't had enough minutes to be. He's impactful the more he spends on the court. So I feel as if Coach Elvis started off the game with the 5 that he expected to be able to do the job up until now. But looking at the score, he figured, look, I got to get my big guns on, and now we're going to start seeing a lot more of Simba exploding in the box. Oh, exploding in the paint. Sorry,
exploding in the paint. And Basilio at the free throw line. He might have some nightmares based on the last time he was out there.
Oh, don't say You're never going to forgive him for that free throw, are you?
6 straight missed free throws to close out the game, and you got to have big-time players making big-time plays. An empty trip again for Basilio, but he does do the hustle play, picks up the rebound. Garara spins it out wide, and it's the 3-ball. Mate knocking it down. And that's the inside-out type of play that we're talking about by Coach Simba.
Very, very, by Coach Elvis.
Coach Elvis.
Very important that he's gone back to that route, and it seems to pay off for him because he's noticed that the space is opening up on the perimeter, and that's probably where most of the damage will be done in this particular half of a basketball game in order for them to be able to surge forward and try and create some sort of an unassailable lead.
Dominican move it around again against the zone being employed by St. David's. A step through results in the turnover, and the ball now being pushed up in the hands of St. David's, and the left-handed layup, no good. And that was an athletic attempt. exciting stuff happening here at Wembley Arena. The spin hook denied by
Simba once
Kanyangarara.
again. I mean, big defensive plays. That's like the second or third defensive play in a row that Kanyangarara has put up. Obviously, Coach Elvis has got him on the court to make sure that he takes up that role, seeing that he's lost Hancho, who's been putting up a lot of the points.
It certainly has been impactful. It's Basilio from the outside, no good. A chance to run, a 3-on-1 break. And that is going to look at as a missed opportunity for Dominican. They certainly should have converted. They had the numbers, and it is now St. David's again, and the ball rattles painfully out of the rim if you're a St. David's fan.
You know, you're absolutely right. If you're a St. David's fan, you probably had your heart in your mouth right about then when the ball was rolling on the rim. But this is what basketball is all about, trying to get those big points that are going to take your team from point A to point B. And that's what exactly both these teams need right now.
Well, point A to point B is something that Kanyangarara specializes in, and he gets himself to the free throw line once again.
Getting
He's done
busy.
a decent job of converting from the free throw line so far. He's employed the bank shot when his form lets him down, and that shows a player who understands composure, a player who can look at the game situation and then just take the game by the scruff of the neck.
Oh, most definitely. Oh, most definitely. And like I said before, this is the main reason why you find Coach Elvis has got him on the court. He's got that thing about being a leader and being able to put the team in a very confident position, not just offensively, but most importantly, defensively. Because I think what they've figured out is Dominican needs to be shut down. The only way to shut them down is bring the big guy in and close the shop.
A rebound into the hands of Kanyangarara. Basilio up the floor to the right hand and gets the layup to go, and that's probably the best way, most effective way for him to score.
100%, because the
Just
free
keep
throws are
him
not
off
going to
of-
happen.
The free throws are not going to happen right now. 5-point lead for St. David's. It has been a quiet quarter offensively for Dominican. Again, they've only scored 2 points in this quarter, and that's really not a great offensive output if you're the coach.
And if you're definitely chasing a game, there's no way you can be walking into the quarter and putting up, what, 1 point, 2 points? Is it possible? Not going to happen, especially with the strength of the side that they put on.
Well, that attempt
And a
by
foul.
Basilio will bring this quarter to an end. A foul called, and he's going to get the chance to shoot three. Well, a chance to make the commentator eat his words. Basilio now, no pressure. And we'll see how many he's been able to convert. Missed 9 straight free throws
He has to
up
prove
until
you
this
wrong
point.
with, oh. And count it. Hey, there you go.
Little bit of comfort for Basilio.
Yeah.
He's broken the egg, and let's see if he gets the other one to go. 1 of 3 it is for Basilio. He gives St. David's a 6-point lead, and there's just about 30 seconds left before we head into a final quarter. It's been, again, enthralling basketball action. This running time format does allow for very close games, but it feels rushed sometimes.
It does feel rushed sometimes, and specifically speaking about just the nature of the game, I was about to say that in terms of how Basilio took his 3 free throws. Nobody's telling him to quickly come up and do anything. He could have taken his time and collected 3 points. But hey, that's the basketball we have. Going back at some of the moments in that half, looking at how important the penetration play is, going into the paint, making it count. That's the type of basketball that we're looking to see.
Taking it amongst the trees, and it's been a great display by Hancho. He's no longer on the floor. He was the leading scorer, but you see the reason why he's the leading scorer, getting to the rim effectively. And a lot of these highlights happening early in the game. There hasn't been much scoring from Dominican here in the second half. Mate is showing how you connect from long range. If you know your area codes, +258, that's Mozambique, just so you know.
Okay. I got you over. Obrigado. Am I anywhere close to being in the right place, Quentin?
You're in the right place. And it is the 4th quarter, and here we go. It's showtime for both teams. Basilio from the outside, and short rim. It is, again, Dominican. They look to go where they're most comfortable. Out in transition, 23 going to the left hand. Tries to evade the outstretched arm of Kanyangara.
Drawing the foul from Vasilio. Very important to mention, number 15 from Dominican has been having a stormer of a game, actually. If you take notice of some of his stats, he's actually leading the pack in terms of all the plays. He's another foul called. Not making a lot of sense right now for them to be drawing all these fouls, especially when they're taking the wrong people to the line. This could cost them in the long run.
Well, let's see how effective Dominican are from that free throw line. It has not been a productive area for most teams throughout the tournament.
No.
They are 2 of 6 as a team, shooting it at 33%. I shudder to read the stats, which if you want me to read the St. David stats,
Oh.
I will.
Look, it's okay. I think we'll just keep that information to ourselves for now, Quincy.
Just to not scare our possible viewers, but 3 of 11 it is for St. David's. They're shooting it at 27%, and yet they're still able to hold on to their 6-point lead. An empty trip that time, or not yet. There's still one more shot attempt. Referee calling a lane infringement.
Hence I'm saying, you know, the stage at which this is going to become the most dangerous is the stage when you enter the round of 16. Round of 16 is not going to allow you to play like that. You're not going to get away with 27%. You're going to have to bump that up to 60 or 70 or at least 80%. By the time you get to the quarterfinals, you need at least about 100. And that's what I love about tournament basketball, Quincy.
There's a lot to love about tournament basketball. Basilio misses again on the attempt, and it is Dominican again pushing it up the floor. 23 is going to try the left hand this time. Contact, and Juan Kanyangara commits the foul, picking up his second personal, but it sends number 23 from Dominican to the free throw line.
This is the
scoring
time.
has been limited by a lot of players by Dominican. They've got spread scoring, no one really dominating.
100%. Number 23 doing the business with the first free throw from the line, which is going to be very important in terms of carving up that lead, that 5-point lead that St. David's has on them.
A foul call by the referee, and this results in, or rather, lane violation again being called. Yeah. And this results in another free throw attempt for 23. On the reprieve, makes it count, and it's a perfect trip and a 4-point game. And there's a timeout called on the floor. St. David's calling the timeout, rather Dominican calling the timeout, adjustments to be made by their coach. And they've been fighting their way back in this game. Score 12-6, and the scoreboard, I'm sure, needs to be corrected. We wait for that. But in the meanwhile, Coach Elvis Upkong also has got to make a couple of adjustments.
Adjustments having to be made on both sides. This is the business end. They like to call it the business end of the game. And nobody has to or needs to make a mistake at this stage. It's very important that they make the right adjustments and they find their teams in the correct positions when they get back on the court.
It's been, again, enthralling tournament basketball action. And we've seen St. David's go to their strengths. We've seen Dominican, and the way that I see Dominican playing is that they spread the ball wide, rely on penetration and just the athleticism of their guards. We've not seen any evidence of big man play. And again, we look at Hancho on that layup.
Hancho's been a dynamo, absolute dynamo. So sad to see him not on the court, but I guess that's how it goes. You grow the fouls, you have to walk off the 5.
You get rewarded for your awareness and your discipline. We'll go back to your discipline word. Come on, you see what I'm saying.
True story. True story, Quinton. Vasilio takes it up.
And it's Mate. Ball being moved around. Vasilio around the Kanyangara screen. Garara screen, rather. And that looked like a travel that they might have gotten away with there by Mate.
It's that 1-3-1 defense that the Dominican tried to employ there. Seems to be working for them right now against this 5 from St. David's. Inside.
Rebound in the hands of Kanyangarara. Basilio now moves the ball up. But once again, it's just been the business end of the game is where every single possession counts. Every single possession counts throughout the game, but it's just amplified here as the minutes start to count down and as the time pressure starts to build.
Most definitely. As Kanyangarara takes it to the Dominican, and that's what he's been put on the court to do. He needs to step up. He doesn't need to look on the left. He doesn't need to look on the right. He needs to receive that ball and drive straight into the lane.
Quiet outing so far for Kanyangarara. No points to his name. The chance to convert, and you know,
Amen.
I spoke about his ability at the free throw line a little earlier, and
Most definitely.
One thing I like is the adjustments that he makes when he knows that he's not able to hit the free throw. He may go back sometimes successfully.
I'd love to have a look at the stats, but based on the big men I've seen in this tournament, he seems to be leading the pack when it comes to going to the line. And when he goes to the line, he does make it count. 18-12, the score right now.
Moving the ball around again, and time starting to come into factor, because we are heading closer to the final 2 minutes, and you know that if the score is within 10 in the final 2 minutes, then we head to stop time.
100%. And we're not looking to go that far, are we?
We are looking to go that far. This is a competitive game, and I don't see any teams asking for quarter, and no quarter asked for and no quarter given whatsoever.
Well, there you have it, everybody. I can't be right all the time. I guess we're looking to go double OT this time.
It's the elixirs I've been drinking.
Oh, you see, once you hear it, you can't let it go.
You can't let it go at all.
Oh, St. David's doing the business at the charity line. This little change of strategy, well, maybe not a change of strategy, but or more of a foul-based approach when it comes to the coaching style. I think is working out really well for St. David's as well as Dominican. Number 27 seems to be stepping up as well, starting to do a little bit of damage down low.
The problem with scouting Dominican is that you really don't know who their scorers are, because even if you look at the way the scoring's gone throughout this game, every player who's on the floor, bar number 28, has got a bucket, and the way they play their basketball, they like to get out in transition and try and get transition layups and scores. So scouting them, quite a difficult task.
It definitely has been. And with that score going to 20-14 now, 6-point game, St. David's in the lead. They're bringing the ball up now. It'll be interesting to see how much or what can be done in the next 2 minutes of this game.
Dominican 15 pushes it to the inside, back into the hands of 27, and the only person not being able to score turns it over. Basilio looks up, feeds, and it's a kind roll, kind bounce for Mate. And right now it's starting to look like this is going to be a St. David's win.
Definitely looking like that right now, Quinton. I think it's very important when a team, or in a team like St. David's, to have certain players that can definitely deliver the victory for you, and it's looking like that right now. Oh,
Mate misses this time on the fast break.
I guess I spoke too soon, Quinton.
Those plays can be absolutely crucial. 28, shake and bake inside to the left hand, no good. 27 underneath with the follow, and it's strong play.
Very important to take notice of number 2 coming to the dying end of this quarter. He's trying to get those boards, and he's trying to put that ball back up, which is what you need to do in this type of situation.
Kanyangarara goes to the baseline looking for the glass. Bank not open and late on the Friday evening, but it is in the hands of the number 14 from St. David's. And he gets himself to the free throw line. Chance to extend the lead. It's still a 2-possession game. Chance to make it 3. And you think that with 1 minute and 2 seconds left, the 3-possession game has still got to favor St. David's, and they still are the favorites going into the final 60 seconds.
Well, look, I've known some commentators at this stage to be talking about stop-start. I don't think it's going to work this time. It's definitely favoring St. David's right now.
Free throw line, Achilles heel continues for both teams. The free throw percentages, not too bad if you're a St. David's fan. 7 of 15, you know. It's looking
almost
at about
50%.
Almost 50%, and 36% has been for Dominican.
And I think that's a very crucial area that they need to look at moving into other games. If a lot of these coaches and a lot of players start to take more time and understanding the importance of having a high free throw percentage, they will start to see a lot more interesting results. Big 3 coming up. Oh my God.
We might have called it a little earlier, as that long-range connection from number 15 of Dominican is heard, but the ball pushes up. Looked like a little bit of travel in the hands of number 14. He steps through, goes to the hook shot. No good. Back out to 14. Again, no good, and rushing the offense. And you can feel the tension starting to build now. Dominican 28, up the floor. And the layup goes astray.
And he needed to sink that layup, setting up a perfect three-point play for them to go tied in the 20 seconds. This is the type of magic we're talking about in the fourth quarter. We call it the golden quarter, and this is exactly the type of goal we're looking for, Quentin.
The golden quarter indeed, and St. David's nearly watching the game slip away from them on that possession. A chance for Dominican. It is a one-possession game, but they have a chance to take it to 1 point. What you have to look at now, and what we've not seen, has been recognition by the defense or the offense on the floor. So what has happened in previous tournament games is that with these final 20 seconds, that final possession, no fouls have been made by the defensive team to change the possession, and I'm sure that that will be rectified. Coach Elvis, with ball in hand, will try and keep the ball away from Dominican, make whether they're irrespective of makes, and you see that lovely feed by Basilio to Mate, and the ball
looking back at that feed.
Soft touch, and 27 underneath with the
doing all the damage in the paint. Very important, setting up Dominican for what they have right about now. 3-point perimeter shot, number 15, sinking it from deep.
And that was the crucial play in the fourth quarter to make it a one-possession game. There's 20.7 seconds left, and another exciting game here at Wembley Arena on School Sport Live, coming to you on the YouTube channel. So hope you're checking out this basketball action. St. John's 11th annual basketball tournament, basketball extravaganza, basketball festival. I've just found so many words because it is an extravaganza, smorgasbord of basketball action.
Absolutely great to be here, Quentin. Have been absorbing all the basketball since yesterday. Haven't had a chance to go to the other venues, but trust me, I call myself the king of Wembley now. This is my home. I run this turf. This is my turf. I make the calls out here.
You're going to be competing with me. I might be the prince right now, but Mr. King, we're going to be talking a little later. Think of it as Wakanda.
That's probably the best way to describe it now. Coach going to run down this clock, not looking to lose these points. Foul.
And those crucial missed free throws by 28 will have put this game out of reach. St. David's have a chance to put this game out of reach at the free throw line. And given the nightmares they experienced in the last encounter, one would hope as a fan and just as a basketball enthusiast that one of these free throws would go down if you're a fan of St. David's.
Oh, most definitely. The great part about it is that there's a lot to learn for the players. These young players, once they can have people like yourself be able to read these stats out to them and say, hey guys, this is where you lost it, it's going to do a lot for them. But they actually put in a fantastic performance. A great game of basketball. I loved it, every minute of it.
Well, those two makes by number 14 are the way that we close out this game and put the icing on the cake. High fives all around for the referees.
Even the officials. I don't know what they're high-fiving themselves for.
I think they've done the greatest job so far. Being an official is a hard job, and they've maintained control. But it is joy for St. David's as they continue to win games here in their pool. Not so much joy for Dominican as they close, but no cigar. It was a spirited performance by them. That late fourth quarter fight, bringing the game within their reach, missed free throws being crucial. And at full time, it is St. David's 24, Dominican 19.
100%. And I think that's it from us. Confirmation of the score, St. David 24, Dominican 19, as we prepare for the next game.
Well, that's it from the commentary team. Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll look forward to bringing you more St. John's basketball tournament action.